Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Mad Lads Live, the new Nugget Mafia. We're here once again with our main man, Don Tony McChicken. Oy what a day! What a day! I think, to be honest, I may be able to get this particular episode like particular series of the Nugget Mafia wrapped up within the next. I think either this stream or next stream. We're gonna find out. And then after that, it's on to the glory that is going to be Project Cthulhu, our Star Wars run. So we're getting really close. We're getting really close. Ray, how you doing? How you doing? Oh man. All right. So last episode on the last exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z, we had to end up becoming allies with the United Cities, the Traders Guild, and the Slave Traders to get the taxes and stuff to stop. I'm doing okay. Throat's feeling a little bit better than yesterday. Still, trying to keep my voice down a little bit, but we're doing better. We're doing much, much better. Yeah, we're doing good. But yeah, so I think we may be able to get to the end of this series by the end of either today or potentially tomorrow. But I think we're getting really near the end. I think we are getting very close to the end times, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Stop on in here with Grink, and then we're gonna head over to some of our other shops and see how they're doing. Burn, how are you? How's the shopping happening here? It's probably not that great, to be honest with you, right now because it's nighttime. Sell a couple of things though. Got a few things going on. A little bit of hashishes. A little bit of hashishes. Hello to everybody who just joined. And Drunken Emperor. I don't think we even have anything at this store anymore, so there's not. There's a couple of small things, but nothing crazy. Do we have anything in this store now still? Yeah, lots of rum. That's right. We filled it with rum yesterday. Filled it with rum yesterday. Okay, so Don Tony McChicken, we spent 175,000 cats on securing a license and becoming a noble in the United Cities. So now we officially have noble status in the United Cities, and we are no longer subject to the taxes of the Traders Guild or the United Cities. So that should allow us to operate independently now. We can leave the base a little bit more frequently, and we don't have to worry about being raided by them or the slave traders. The slave traders will leave us alone now too, which is cool. In fact, we're allied with the slave traders, so that's really good. That's really good. Now we're gonna head back to the base, and I think Fort Mirage. So I killed him. Is he still gone? No. Yeah, it's funny that they're still there because I definitely killed Lord Mirage. It's interesting that they're still there. It seems. Wonder why that is. I wonder why that is. Don's just sprinting across the great sands, across the dunes. The dunes. Righty. Yeah, so we should be free of taxes now, which is cool. We're not going to end up going out the way of Al Capone. Last episode, I really thought towards the end there that we might end up going Al Capone on this. I thought that what was going to happen was they were going to send the tax evasion enforcement after me, and they were going to raid the base. And our our group, well, we are relatively well equipped. I mean, we can take a good force, a good number of people. I don't think we would have been able to take the tax evasion force they would have sent. It would have been 2 or 3 squads of people with stats in the 60s and 70s, 50s, 60s, and 70s, and I don't think we would have been able to take it. So our new status as nobles will provide us the perfect cover for our money laundering and our hashishums. They'll never see it coming. No, they won't. They will never see it coming. All right, now we're gonna throw this this manuscript here inside. That was our little noble thing. Prince, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's less so money laundering and more so you can do whatever you want. That's true. That's true. We can do whatever we want. Although I don't imagine we could get away with having hashish on us. It's still. I mean, we have a little bit more leeway now that we're officially recognized by the United Cities. But I think there's still a degree of caution that we have to take into consideration when operating still. I think they don't search you. Correct, but they could potentially get us with a drug bust still if they find out that we're selling it. There is still potentially the option of a drug bust, so something to be careful of. Either way, though, our goal is to make 1 million cats via economics, and we are well on our way between selling hashish, our shop counters, and selling, some of the excess over to some of the excess to people as well, and then we can actually sell cactus rum and stuff pretty effectively. So we're making good progress. Norky, what are you doing? You're doing hydroponic wheat straw, right? Yeah. Yeah. Here, I'm gonna actually have Don, you're not gonna be hauling green fruit anymore. Not right now. You're gonna be hauling to the rum barrels. And then who's working the rum barrels? I'm pretty sure we have somebody that's supposed to be doing that. Rust Bucket here? Yeah, he is. So what is Rust Bucket doing? Where's Friedman at? Hodge Friedman. Oh, he's outside the base. He is outside the base. I see. Alright, Hodge, get to work. Paladin Safecracker, I don't think he's doing anything anymore. Hodge, get to work. What are you doing? There we go. Empty. Are you not capable of hauling to it? Okay, well we're gonna get that taken care of. My dude, we have how much cactus? Oh, are we out of cactus? Seriously? Oh my god, I think we've used all, we had 1,500 cactus and we are currently out of cactus. My god. Thought we were set for a while. Turns out we're not. Turns out we are not. Interesting. Interesting. Alright, well, what else do we have that we can make in exchange? You can flip that out with something. Food, rum still, grain silo, bread oven, cooking, hand processor. No, just rum and sake. Okay, yeah, that unexpected. I am truly shocked by that. We had 1,500 cactus. Apparently, we blew through those real fucking quick. So the rum that we have in our shop counters is the extent of the rum that we have, it would seem. Interesting. Alright, well, we're going to take that. Take that. Ruka, we're going to load you up on hashish as well. Oh my god, we got so much hashish. Fantastic. Alright, and then the two of you are going to go on the three of you are going to go on a run down to collect more hashish and sell to the folks over at Flats Lagoon. We're going on another run. We're going on another run. Now let's head on down. Stop over at the way station here. Perfect. So we're headed down the Flats Lagoon. We're going on a journey. Journey of self-discovery and drugs. Journey of self-discovery and drugs. Oh man, I am hella hyped about the Project Cthulhu playthrough. How is the Hashish Mafia going? In my save, I was doing some organization on my buildings earlier for the next lore exploration on the west side of the map. It's going. It's going. We're what is it? Last episode, we were able to get up to 500,000 cats, or just below 500,000 cats. And the goal for this save is to make 1,000 cats via economic. Make 1 million cats via economics. So we are pretty close to achieving our final goal, which is to make 1 million cats through buying, selling through our shop counters and all of that stuff. So we're making pretty good progress through our drugs and all that. So we're making really good progress on that. We are almost there. But gotta adjust myself so I can be closer to my mic, so I can talk a little bit lower. Throat's getting scratchy. So we're almost to the point where we've made 1,000,000 cats, at which point this playthrough will be concluded, and we'll move on to the Star Wars one. But we're doing good. I think that, to be honest, at the rate we were able to do this last episode, and how far we got last episode, we made like 350, 400,000 cats last episode, and then we went on to spend 175,000. I think that we're going to be able to. I think that we're going to be able to get to the 1,000,000 cats either this episode or next episode, and call the Nugget Mafia a finished series. When you get to 500,000, you can do a base plus team showing. Yeah, I mean we have we've made significant progress. We've made significant progress, and I mean the Mafia is pretty well set at this point. We do lose an occasional member, but what mob doesn't lose its occasional members, and the base is pretty well set up. Originally, I had planned on potentially setting up multiple farms in multiple locations, but we ended up being able to work it out so that way everything we need is right in one spot, and we haven't had any issues. Our one base, Chateau McChicken there has been incredibly successful. Incredibly successful. Wildly successful. The most successful. Probably the most successful that the world has ever seen and ever will see since. So, sorry I'm late. I had to grab some Popeyes. You don't have to apologize for grabbing Popeyes. All you have to do is tell me what you got. Speaking of which, is the tax evasion squad still coming to your base? They are not. I paid the taxes off, and when I reloaded, they are no longer coming to the base. Now that I am considered a noble, so I think I managed to dodge the tax evasion squad by purchasing my status as a noble in the United Cities. So thankfully we don't have the tax evasion squad coming anymore, and we have a little bit more wiggle room because now we are allied with the United Cities, we're allied with the slave traders, and we're allied with the Traders Guild. So no more slave raids, no more taxes, and no more taxes or like Traders Guild fees or any of that stuff, which means we can stop spending the money on that. We can also have a little bit more freedom to leave the base regularly because I don't have to worry about missing that. Spicy 3-piece, biscuit, signature sauce, Barks root beer. Solid, solid, solid. All right, so now we're going to head over here. Ruka with the prosthetics legs being on the runner squad is funny. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Ruka, somehow, it's funny because Shrike was originally Don's, like, right hand. And I think that Shrike is still, like, the right hand for Don's, like, for the mob overall, right? Like, Shrike is the right hand for the mob overall. You said you import before every stream. Pretty sure that resets all active pending invasions as well. Probably. In fact, you are correct. That's probably what did it. It would have ended up canceling out anyway. It's the same way, like, if a faction is launching a raid towards you, and then you kill the faction leader, that raid ends up expiring in the queue. So it would have expired anyway. So anyway, yeah. So Ruka was not intended to be Don's, like, bodyguard or anything like that. Shrike is the second in command. Originally, Cosmic was supposed to be Don's bodyguard, but Ruka kind of took over the mantle. I don't really know how that happened. It wasn't intentional, not per se anyway. It just kind of ended up being that way. Ruka became one of the two primary runners and Don's bodyguard. So that is likely what did it. That is likely what did it. But yeah, so the taxes would have ended up likely expiring anyway, as a result of us no longer being, I thought it was Kenshi and she's carrying things. It's both. Kenshi is also one of the two bodyguards. So, like, the main thing is that, like, Don is doing the running right now. Ruka is bodyguarding Don, but, like, might as well also carry things for the sake of extra, being able to carry extra product. And then Kenshi is there as an added defense because, Ruka's okay in combat, but Kenji's a monster in combat. It's not really comparable. Kenji is what ensures that Don can escape. Even if Kenji gets left behind, Don will be able to escape. Kenji will hold him off. Plus, as a member of the mob, he needs to have one agile bodyguard that people underestimate, and then one hulking brute that is basically a walking tank. I've seen anime. I know how this works. Right? Everyone knows that your bodyguards have to consist of one hulking brute that everyone thinks is going to be like the super tough one, and then one was it slender feminine that is going to absolutely devastate the opposition. I've seen enough shows. I know these things. I know the playbook. Oh man, pretty sure Chris watched Naruto. Based on the ninja run, I'm gonna probably say you're right. Based on the ninja run, I'm gonna say that you're right. Chris strikes me as a weeb, but not like an annoying weeb. Chris strikes me as like the sociable kind of weeb, right? Because we all know there's two types of weeb. As someone who has who can confidently tell you that I've probably seen upwards of 300-ish different anime since I was like 14. There are different types of weebs. There are different types of weebs. There's the social ones, and then there's the ones that make everything uncomfortable. There's the ones that know that like you can like it and you can talk about it when other people bring it up, but like maybe just like keep that shit to yourself until like it comes up in conversation. And then there's the ones that don't know how to separate real life interaction from anime. They think that interaction in anime is the same thing, or they don't know how to let it go. Right? Like the conversation has moved on, and they have not. You can usually find them at your local Magic the Gathering tournament. That's mean. I shouldn't say that. It's weird. I feel like it's funny. Again, as someone who watches anime like watches a lot of different anime, I probably go through like a brand new show every week or so, like a week or two. But I do that shit on my own time, and I watch it in private. And then like also I got my wife into it too, so like we're watching Free Run right now, and she's really enjoying that. But like we're watching going through Free Run right now, and I do that shit on my own time, and all that stuff. But like, unless somebody else brings it up, like I'm not gonna talk about it. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. But I made like a rule with my wife. I was like, I want to end up showing my kids anime when they're a little bit older, because like I really appreciate the art style. I appreciate like what it brings to it. Lets you tell unique stories and lets you show visually like fight scenes and stuff like that like live action and Western cartoons typically can't show because of the way the animation style is. You can get really in-depth fights, really high fidelity graphics and stuff during the fights. Animation is high quality. Like it's just different, right? They're not afraid to tell more mature aspects of a story. The USRB ratings are different there, so like they can tell a more mature story while also keeping it lighthearted. And one of the things that's one of the things I've always appreciated, but I've always said that I want to end up showing my kids anime and getting them into anime. I think they're really gonna like it, but I refuse to do so until they're like older, right? Like until they're like 12, 13, 14, when they've already established like how to socially interact with other people. Because the last thing I want is for my kids to not understand the difference between this is how people behave in a fucking cartoon, and I don't feel bad calling it a cartoon. This is how people behave in a cartoon, and it's not reality, and you can't go around acting like that in real fucking life. It's going to make you a weirdo. Don't fucking do it, right? And I feel like some people don't have that balance where maybe they were introduced too soon, or like the walls were not firmly set between real life and not real life. And they think that like interaction in anime is somehow like a guidebook for how people behave in real life, and it's not, and it makes you fucking weird, and it's just not conducive for like being like for this. It violates the social contract that makes everything weird and uncomfortable, and it's a problem. So eventually, I want to get my kids into like anime and stuff, but that's farther down the line. Goblin Slayer is one of those animes that I would love to watch, because I think that like the premise of the show as a whole is really cool. I, in full transparency, have a really really hard time stomaching like this is really fucked up. Hold on. So I grew up on like 4chan and shit like that, right? Like I'm not unused to seeing heinous things. I'm not unused to seeing like real, like when I grew up in the early 2000s, the 90s and the 2000s with like 4chan and stuff like that. And so like I've seen 4chan stuff. I've seen like snuff stuff on 4chan. I've seen, absolutely heinous things, stuff like that. Things that I'm not going to bother getting into detail with and stuff like that. Just floating around on fucking on 4chan and r/b and r/misc and not r/, but I'm on /b and /misc and all of that stuff. And so I have a really high tolerance for obscene material. I grew up a little desensitized to it because it just, you saw a lot of it on there. I can't watch not Demons. So I can't watch Goblin Slayer because of all of the material that I have become relatively desensitized to, that it doesn't bother me to see anymore. Plus, also, I was in training to be a doctor. I did my internships at and stuff like that. Like I've seen, cadavers. I've worked with cadavers and I've done like dissections and all that stuff and all that. So like none of that stuff bothers me as much. So that's all one thing. But then you move into uh, you know, we're gonna the R stuff, right? No matter what medium it is, any of that stuff, I can't stomach it. It makes me feel physically sick. It's ill. It's disgusting. It's horrifying, and I don't like seeing it. That's one thing that I don't think I could ever desensitize myself to. Not that I would want to, of course, but like it's too much. I can't watch it. I can't watch it. Even if it's only like in the first episode, I can't do it. It's too much. When it's alluded to in a show, it's one thing, but like when it's like very graphic like that, I can't do it. It makes me feel physically sick. It makes me feel physically ill, and it's even worse now that like I'm married and have kids and stuff. I can't do it. I can't do it. Um, you know. Plus, I feel like as I get older, a lot of the things that didn't bother me when I was like 16 and stuff in like TV and stuff like that really bother me now more than it used to. Um, it wouldn't have bothered me, I think, 10, 15 years ago. And now that, I'm 20, 28, I'll be 29 this year. I'm pushing 30. I'm married. I have 2 kids. Like now, like that stuff just makes me sick to my stomach. I just can't do it. I just, it's not like I'm like shitting on the medium because I think the story is really good. I think the concept is of like the concept and the way the story is written is cool. But like, I can read about stuff like that and it doesn't bother me. I can do all of that. And, given the line of work that I've unfortunately, worked in. Like I said, I've worked halfway between the legal field and the medical industry, and as a byproduct of that, I've had to, I won't get into the specifics, but I've had to look into individuals with some very, very tumultuous backgrounds that, they're horrible human beings, and even that stuff, like I can deal with it. It's just part of the job, but uh, even then, again, if it's like alluded to or if it's like done lightly, I can get over it. Like it's gross, but I can get over it. But like scenes like Goblin Slayer, that first episode, it's too much. I just can't do it. It's too much. It's gross. It bugs me. It really like offends my senses. I just can't do it. So. Oh man, bro's soul matured. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I've just grown out of it. I don't know. Grown out of that. And I say grown out of that like anyone should be grown into it, but that's you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Um, yeah, there's a line where it becomes too much. Where it becomes too much. To be fair, that's also the point. You're supposed to hate the goblins as much as the Slayer does. No. And I again, from a creative like direction, like as like someone making like a show, or as someone who would be like doing that, like I understand the whole point of it is to make you hate them. Like that's the goal, right? Like it's a thing. Hey, Clem, how you doing? The whole point of it is to make you hate the goblins. I totally understand that. And again, from a creative decision, I'm not saying they shouldn't have included it. I think that for the story, it makes sense. I'm just saying I personally, I have a hard time like watching that kind of that specific topic. Really, just I can't do it. I can't stomach it. Um, I just can't do it. It makes me feel physically ill. Does your book contain such scenes, or at least consider them? It doesn't contain scenes like that. I would never include a written scene like that. It will, you know, not. I'll tell you right now, not in the first book. It does have like mentions of it occurring in the past and like discussions from individuals regarding that, and like there's like the discussions of it existing because I think from a world building perspective, it can, you know, for creating interesting characters, especially in a dark fantasy setting, it does have, you know, its place. But I would never depict a scene actively happening in my book like that. I would never want to describe that. That's too much. It's too much. Again, it would make me sick to my stomach. Can't do it. You know, there's a difference between like being like, "Hey, this happened in the past," or you know, maybe like a victim talking about it for a moment and then like leaving it to the head, like you know, being like, "This happened. This is where we're at," and then maybe like a cut to black. But I personally would never have a scene where it's actively happening in real time in the book. I would never describe that. I would never do anything like that. It's too much. Disgusting. Not for me. You know, I've read like some books that are like that, that have been recommended to me, and every time I'm like, I'll skip past this usually. Yeah, no, it's not for me. Not for me. Not my, not my thing. Not my thing. Oh, you know what? Actually, we could probably have gotten more. Now that I think about it, we should head back to that. We should head back there. I just realized that we also have Kenshi, who has inventory space. Don't look at Barnes and Noble. Nasty stuff in there. I mean, my wife reads like a lot of. I tell her she reads smut all the time. It's. I mean, sometimes it's smut, sometimes it's not. But she reads a lot of stuff, and she's gotten me to read some of it sometimes too, for the purposes of like understanding writing and like different, you know, types of writing style, like stuff like that. But like I tend to read the more tame stuff. I don't really care for any of the other crazy things like that. Like I think probably the most unhinged stuff that I've read, and you guys feel free to pick on me for this. I don't care. I've read all of the A Court of Thorns and Roses at the behest of my wife, and stuff like that. So I feel you. I don't know how George wrote A Song of Ice and Fire. To be honest, the Game of Thrones stuff, like the Game of Thrones stuff, is really, you know, like. Again, there's I don't know. There's lines where it's too much. Also, I think George R.R. Martin makes this. He makes the same dude issue that I accuse a lot of other, not just me, but like many people tend to accuse guys of when they write scenes like that. Is you know, I've brought it up before in when I was talking about my book and you know, the explicit scenes in my book. When I feel like when guys tend to write explicit scenes, they focus on the physical, when in reality they should be focusing on the emotions. They should be focusing on how those scenes make each character feel, the thoughts going through their head, with like, you know, using metaphor and simile and stuff like that to describe the act in a way that feels like you're explaining it and they're understanding it. Like the viewer, the reader is understanding it, but you don't need to just spell it out physically, because I don't know if you guys know this, but like the physical description of you know, engaging in the act, when you like really narrow it down to like the purely physiological breakdown, it's kind of gross when you talk about it that way. Like because it's the point of it is not to elicit like a clinical response or a clinical reaction. The point of it, when you're telling a scene like that or you're explaining scenes like that, consensual scenes like that, is to elicit feelings of like positive feelings, and it's really hard to do that when you're describing it in a clinical way. You should be instead describing feelings that the characters are having and letting the imagination do some of its work. And I feel like that's something that a lot of, specifically male authors, tend to get, in my opinion, wrong when they're writing scenes like that. They get too clinical. I'm an AO3 user, so if I spoke about what I read, I'd get TOS. Yeah, so... No, it's like, it's funny because again, there's really not many things. There's very, very few things that I think I would never willingly include or write about in my book. or anything like that, or that really bother me. It's two things: anything involving kids and anything involving non-consensual. And again, the non-consensual specifically, it's if it's used as a story building device and it's done in a tasteful way, to move the plot along, right? If it's plot relevant and it's done in a tasteful way where it's not overly descriptive, I can deal with it. It doesn't bother me really. What bothers me and when it's either shoved in there for non-plot relevant reasons, like it doesn't need to be in there, or if it's overly described, if it's overly visually shown. Like I don't want to see the whole scene from beginning to end. That's too much and it makes me feel sick. Let's not include that. Let's maybe not fucking include that. Or, you know, if we do include it, I'm not gonna watch it. Like I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna be like, no one should be allowed to do that. Like I get it, you know, and I think that it serves the purpose of making you hate the character. But you know, it's nope, not for me. Not for me. The difference between it and the same thing between lovers is the pressure exerted by one party on the other, but it's part of our world, so imaginary world must be at least mentioned in it. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You know, like again, bringing it up, it being in the world, I'm not gonna be like, no, it should never be here. Like it can be a decent plot device in terms of like explaining characters' motivations or like their backstories. Like this happened to them in the past, and this is why they behave this way. Or it can be used to make you to test certain characters because like they're egregious and they're giving into this disgusting, aspect of themselves. And in that regard, like I'm fine. It's when it gets overly descriptive, when they're being, they're showing too much. It's gross. It's too much. It's gross, but each their own, I guess. That's just not for me. Not for me. No, I'll pass. Thank you. But yeah, that's pretty much it. That's what it also links to the clinicalness. Imagine it like any other wound. The point isn't the nature of the wound itself; it's how the character reacts to it and how it pushes the story. Yeah, yeah. Fucking Hisoka, man. Yeah, man, it's weird. Shit's weird. It's weird. I just don't want to see that shit. That's really what it comes down to. That's really the crux of what I'm getting at here. I just don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. I just don't want to see it. That's really the whole thing here. The whole kit and caboodle is I just don't want to see it. That's true. You can write a world without mentioning such things. I agree. I think that it depends on the world. Again, if it's done in a tasteful way, it can be used to make, to push the narrative forward in an interesting way, in a way that I think makes sense, especially depending on the setting and stuff like that and whatnot. Like it can be a narrative device. I just don't want to see it. That's really what it comes down to. I don't want to see it. Fade to blacks, I can deal with all of that stuff. I physically do not want to see it. That's really what it comes down to. I don't want to see it. It makes me feel sick. It's gross. I don't want to see it. Do you know the puny god scene from Avengers? I do. I do. Well, sure. I think we're gonna replace this with a body wrap. I think that'll add some martial arts. I'm currently rotoscoping that puny god scene, but Hisoka is just getting tossed around by Steven Universe. That's literally hilarious. Literally hilarious. I'm doing it because it amuses me. As it should, Clem. As it should. As it should. As it should. Okay, so we're at 425,000 cats. We are only 575,000 cats away from, meeting the goal for the playthrough. There's a very good chance, guys. I'm going to be honest with you. There's a very good chance that I may have to, mid-episode, go change this episode to the finale. I may have to do it. I find it interesting that we accept murder in stories more than that thing. I think to a degree, humanity has been largely not desensitized to murder, but I think that murder is more. Um, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Actually, I don't know if I'd be able to if I'd be able to explain why that is. Maybe it's that we're more desensitized to it on the whole, like as a society, as like a world. You know, people die. I think there's a difference, in my opinion, between displaying the end of someone's life and like murder. Murder is final. To like exactly, murder is final. Like it's the end, right? Like it's a gruesome act and it's fucked up, and when people die, it makes you sad. But when it's over, like it's the act is over. Whereas the other one, both in media and in real life, is long lasting. It has long lasting consequences. People have to live with that. Um, like I don't know. I think like death is a something that happens to us all, and forcibly it makes it, obviously it makes it sad. The other thing is not something that has to happen. There's no reason for it to. There's literally no reason for it to happen. No reason, no good justifiable reason for it to happen. It's horrifying, and it leaves a lasting impact because unlike murder, which has an end, the other thing doesn't. It never ends. Not really. It's fucked up. But I'm gonna move on from the topic. I don't want to make the whole stream talking about that. I'm gonna move on from the topic. Awful stuff. Awful, awful stuff. All right, so we are almost. I mean, yeah, well, this very well may be the end, the last episode. I don't know if we get to 1 million cats. That's pretty much it, and then I'll tomorrow, either tomorrow or Thursday, one of the two. Haven't depending. If not today, then tomorrow will be the last episode of the Nugget Mafia. I'm sure. We'll get to our 1 million cat goal, and we're good to go. I'll be starting Project Cthulhu. We'll be starting our Star Wars run. I'm fucking hyped, man. Hella hyped. Hella hyped. Real good, real good. I dodge the lasers. Dodge the lasers. The lasers. Is the character named after me still around? Did I have a character named for you in this one, Red? I don't think I did. Not in this one. I don't think so. Zeke, Stacy, Snorky, Carrot, Tiny, Taco, Hewitt, Luther, Clem, Chad, check the enforcers, hold on, Joey, Kato, Old Steel, Carl, Rusty, Jet, Buzzkill, Odero, Big Nug. Maybe, I can't remember if... I don't remember if I had a character that in this, for you in this one, Red. I don't remember. Oh, I'm sorry. I saw Red. What is it? Red popped up on my. Oh no! You know what it was? My message. So I have chat open on my phone and on OBS, and my screen did this weird thing where the names were one pushed up, and the chat wasn't. It was you, wasn't it? Okay. Well, there you are. There you are. Yes, Clem, you're still here. Clem the Paladin is still here. He's actually one of our strongest fighters too. In an interesting twist, he's one of our better fighters. One of our better fighters. Oh shit, beakers! Flee from the beakers. Do you think Dead Cat was a major faction prior to Kenshi that we know? I do. I think Dead Cat was one of the secession groups that splintered off from the Second Empire. When they became disenchanted with Catlon. I think that's the implication by the name Dead Cat, right? Like they hated Catlon, they were very anti-Catlon, and so when the Empire started falling apart, it wasn't like mass rebellions or anything like that. It was a lot of individual cities and individual groups and splinter factions breaking off and seceding from the Empire and basically just saying we're not listening to Catlon anymore, we're done. And I think Dead Cat was one of the bigger ones that had broken off. So I think actually in Kenshi 2, we're going to see the living Dead Cat faction, like the fully formed like live Dead Cat faction actively opposing the Second Empire. Because the Dead Cat faction that we know is a dead husk, basically. You know, it's not. You could barely consider them a faction, to be honest with you. You could barely consider them a faction. I thought they were just fishermen. I'm sure their ancestors were. I mean, their ancestors, like, they are now. Like they're okay. So let me re-clarify that. I said that wrong. They are fishermen now. Their ancestors were originally members of the Second Empire, um, that broke off from Catlan. Hence the name Dead Cat. Pretty sure the city where the Grand Lizard is originally their capital. Yeah, so they originally went up and settled up in the north, and then the implication is that Dead Cat was eventually taken over and destroyed by cannibals as the cannibal threat grew in the north. So, like I said, we'll likely see Dead Cat as a living, thriving faction in Kenshi 2. I am really excited to see the state of the Cannibal Plains in Kenshi 2. That's one of the things I'm probably the most hyped about. That is one of the things that I am the most hyped about. There's also the potential implication that Dead Cat, like the folks of Dead Cat, broke off from the Empire prior to the cannibals' emergence, and it was the ancestors of the cannibals, the ones that were tainted by those tainted crops that I brought up in previous videos. That I've brought up in previous streams and in shorts and all that stuff. As a result of glaying and the absorption of toxic materials from the floodlands, that the ancestors that originally formed Dead Cat would end up going on to become both the cannibals, the cannibal hunters, and the shrieking bandits, which would be a really interesting play. And it would also potentially explain why the Second Empire, despite it being semi-implied that their cannibal campaigns were an active offense against the like they were doing an active offensive campaign against the cannibals, their military positions and the positions of their ruins up in the north here indicate far more that they were actually containing and doing a purely defensive, basically they were keeping the cannibals confined to the north rather than actually going off and actively trying to exterminate them. And it could be that they were, the folks of Dead Cat seceded from the Empire, formed a capital in the north, became cannibals, and then the Cannibal Plain, like the whole Cannibal Wars started, and the Second Empire actively not trying to go, into Dead Cat territory, into the north, outside of their reign, outside of their territory, took a purely defensive position because they didn't understand what was happening, and they probably didn't understand that the cannibals both were the denizens of Dead Cat and also that the folks of Dead Cat were not like they were in danger. Like, to be honest, it may have actually helped the situation out if Catlan had gone in and actually destroyed them, or alternatively, Catlan may have very well seen it as a means to an end. Like, oh, these people seceded from the Empire. Well, they're not part of our empire anymore. We'll just let the cannibals have them. We'll just let them do their own thing. Do you think the UC will have already split off from Catlan in Kenshi 2? No. I mean, like, yes, but no. It'll be the independent city-states that make up the United Cities, not, it won't be the formed United Cities at that point. Or because their initial philosophy, we help all people, even those people. Right. What's the deal with the Shrieking Bandits and why are there so many? So the Shrieking Bandits, I've theorized, were... all right, so let's backtrack a little bit. We know that the cannibals, we can reasonably surmise based on environmental storytelling that the cannibals, the cause of the cannibals, were... is the result of toxic crop ingestion, heavy metal poisoning, and all of that stuff, toxic ingestion of crops and whatnot. Basically, the crops to the north in the Cannibal Plains had absorbed all of the chemicals and the iron that was present in the flooded floodlands, right? Because during the Second Empire, this whole place would have been relatively underwater. And all of those chemicals, mainly iron, and I can explain that in a minute, would have been, flowing up north, because we know the water started in the south, started down here, and flowed upward to the floodlands, and then it ended in the floodlands. That's why it's the floodlands, because there's no runoff. It was just basoning here. It was stagnant, corrupted, metal-ridden water. And that water seeped into the very landscape of the northern area, the northern plains here. And we know that it's iron because it's blue. And in real life, when you take soil and you submerge it in you waterlog it in oxygen-rich water, the iron gets reduced in the water chemically, not physically, but chemically reduced in the water, and it creates a process called glaying, where waterlogged iron-rich water causes the soil to become blue as it absorbs an excess of chemically reduced water, chemically reduced iron-rich water, I mean. And that would explain why the Cannibal Plains has this bluish hint. This is a real-life phenomenon. It's called glaying. Makes a blue-gray color. It's also the same reason that the gut is blue, and the trees in the gut have adapted to absorb the iron from that waterlogged iron-rich soil, and that's why the trees can be mined for iron. But you'll notice that both these areas are really low. Like, this area is really low to the ground. That's why it's a brighter blue, because it's still actively waterlogged and all of that. And the Cannibal Plains is kind of like it kind of has like a wetter texture, a wetter feel on the ground, and it's got that blue. It's because it absorbed a ton of the iron and the chemicals from the floodlands and flooded up. So the running theory that I have is that a subsect of the cult of Stobe existed in the Cannibal Plains prior to it becoming the Cannibal Plains. And the reason why I think that is the cannibals seem to have some kind of religion. They have, totems and stuff like that placed around. They have effigies placed around their camps and stuff. In addition to that, on the females, on the women of the Cannibal Plains, they have what looks like an inverted ochranite flame painted on their stomachs. It looks like an inverted ochranite flame, or an ochranite flame painted on their stomachs. And the theory that I have is that the cult of Stobe at some point was present in the north. They started to ingest these tainted crops and succumb to heavy metal poisoning over a long period of time, and it caused increased aggression, increased violence, increased paranoia, a detachment from reality, and a lot of, effectively inbred traits that you would imagine from those who had, suffered genetic damage from like inbreeding and things like that. Hence maybe like the scrawny cannibals having, suffering from gamer back, and everyone being overly bloated and all that stuff. And as the members of the cult started to fall victim to this, their religion slowly turned more ritualistic, and they started eventually becoming more aggressive, and that turned to violence. And the violence, as the food ran out, because things were more violent. They realized the crops were tainted, and starvation sets in. The cult ends up settling for ritualistic cannibalism, and they would eventually become a perverted version of the cult of Stobe that mutates and changes over thousands of years into the cannibals. Now, I think the Shrieking Bandits were the denizens, and again, I just talked about a couple minutes ago, the Second Empire. They were not actively hunting down and killing cannibals. They were primarily taking a defensive confinement approach to it. They were defending their lands, preventing the cannibals from leaving the Cannibal Plains, but they weren't going out and actively eradicating them. And I think by locking people in there with the cannibals, it unfortunately created a situation where people that were not part of the cult were no longer engaging in this ritualistic cannibalism. They were no longer engaging in, they were not engaging in ritualistic cannibalism, and so the cannibals turned on them. The members of the cult turned on them, and they were forced to flee, right? And that fleeing is very important, because in fleeing, one of the things that happens when you're in the Cannibal Plains is when you run around. I need to close this gate. When you're in the Cannibal Plains, you're running around. You can't sleep, because if you sleep, the cannibals are going to come scoop you, and they're going to take you back to their base, and they're going to throw you to a pole, and they're going to eat you. All of that stuff. And I think that the people that were in the Cannibal Plains that had not partaken in this culture of ritualistic cannibalism and had not succumbed to that, but were still suffering from the same degenerative effects, ended up running. And they would form small clusters of nomads, and they'd run around, and they would scream, and they ended up developing a complex language to communicate with each other that created their own dialect, their own language. And so I think the Shrieking Bandits, firstly, they're not shrieking, they're speaking a language that we don't understand. And the reason why they run around naked is because they've never been able to settle since the Second Empire. Because if they settled down and they slept in one place for too long, or they stayed one place too long, they'd get picked up by cannibals and they would flee. They'd get picked up by cannibals and eaten. And over thousands of years, or hundreds or thousands of years, that slowly evolved into its own culture, where they're literally just a band of nomads that speak their own language, that follow like a mindset of fleeing from an enemy. Like they have their own culture of fleeing from the cannibals, fleeing from the enemies, and constantly being on the run. And they couldn't stop to make clothes, or anything like that, because they'd constantly be running, like they'd never been able to put down roots. They're victims. Yeah, they're victims. And I think that's why there's a note from the nomads that refer to them as misunderstood nomads, because they are. They're generational victims. The current Shrieking Bandits are no longer victims, but they've developed a culture around that mentality of fleeing, of running, of all of that stuff. You know, they're not even. We see them as weird because we're like, they're just a bunch of naked people running around screaming. But the truth is that they're actually a bunch of people who are naked for cultural reasons. They're running around and screaming for cultural reasons. They're not just yelling. They're speaking a language that's been developed for cultural reasons. They have their own culture. They have their own customs, and they're following those cultures and customs. We just don't understand it. And it's because it's the byproduct of them spending generations upon generations constantly on the move, fleeing from cannibals. That's all. And the reason why they aren't quite as degraded as, say, the cannibals are, and they haven't altered physically as much as the cannibals are, is because the cannibals have been partaking in cannibalism. And when you eat people, especially when you eat, say, human brains, because we know damn well the cannibals are probably eating the brains, you start to develop prion issues. And prion issues can cause a whole host of genetic defects and diseases that exist, long term down your family line. Like, you can have genetic abnormalities that are persistent in your body now that could be the result of a prion issue generations back. It can literally cannibalism, human cannibalism, is literally an affront to nature, in the sense that it alters your body for the worst. It literally it causes genetic issues. Hands down, there's an entire sect of diseases that can be like prion-based diseases that can be activated in your genes as a result of engaging in any kind of cannibalism one time, and your subsequent offspring after that gene has been activated have the potential of also getting it as well. Kuru is a perfect example, a ritualistic tribe in Papua New Guinea that ritualistically practices cannibalism as a way of honoring their dead, right? It's not like they're killing people and eating them, but like as a way of honoring their dead, they will eat the body of their honored dead, or they'll eat the brains and the body parts of their honored dead. And many of them developed a unique disease called Kuru that, once you get it, actually is present in their offspring if that disease had been contracted or that gene had been altered after they had engaged in prior to them having children. Like, you can literally fuck your genetic line by engaging in cannibalism. And I think that's what happened with the cannibals, That's why the Brits are like that after all mummy munching. I don't know anything about that. I refuse to comment. I refuse to comment. Isn't the disease a prion? That's why it's impossible to cure. I don't know the specifics of it. I'm pretty sure the disease, like, prions are present in the disease. But it's a thing. It's a thing. I don't know the full details of it. It's been a couple of years since I really dug into it, but yeah. Yeah. If the Habsburg never stopped. Dark topics, scary, spooky topics. Yeah, we're covering some really rancid shit today, guys. You guys are really getting me to cover some really, really fucked up stuff. Why you do this? Why you do this to me? What corner would you consider the most dangerous? The most dangerous corner in Kenshi? Oh, easy. I would consider the Ashlands to be the most dangerous. I think the Cannibal Plains are kind of bad. I think that down here, like outside of Iraq and the crater, It's actually pretty much barren down here. There really isn't much happening. And then up here is just the United Cities. If you go up a little bit further, there are cannibals like the Meat Lord and stuff up here. But like I'd say the Ashlands hands down. Kuru is indeed a Prion. No idea why I remembered that. Yeah, so yeah. Yeah, so prions are bad. Prions are bad, and they will fuck your genetic line up. It's really interesting how much the human body is like aggressively against that kind of thing. As it should be. As it should be. It's an affront to nature. Wipe that shit out, man. But you know, it's interesting. But we see the effects, that long-term effect. You know, we see the long-term effect in the cannibals of Kenshi. You know, that's the whole point of it, though, is we see the long-term effect of the things that they've done and the physical look of the way people of Kenshi. The reason why there's barely any mummies from Egypt for modern science study is because the British aristocracy would grind them up into powder and use it as a juice mix. This is real history. That's why King Tut was such a big deal. Yeah, no, I knew that. And also, tomb raiders would break in to the tombs and rob them of all their treasure and gold and all that stuff. And then, you know, the bodies would end up like fully decomposing and falling apart because they weren't, you know, properly sealed and all that stuff. Or they'd be horribly damaged or burned afterwards. The whole thing. Yeah, between the grave robbing and the grinding up to make dude smoothies. More dude smoothies, man. We're always back to the dude smoothie. Why do we keep coming back to dude smoothie? Why does this keep happening? Let's go see how our shops are doing. Burn, how you doing? Is it just me, or does Stout have a lower population right now? I feel like Stout's population has gotten smaller. I feel like this place used to be bustling in this playthrough, probably because they keep killing people. Imagine if someone dug up George Washington and ate him. Do you use a mod for cactus shortage, like to deal with the fact that I have no cactuses anymore? That like my cactuses are gone? No. I had 1,300 cactuses, and I thought that I was gonna have enough to run for a while, and it ran out way faster than expected. No, the layout? No. Do you use one for cactus? Oh, for cactus storage. I'm sorry, I misread the word. I misread the word. Not. It's not a. I mean, it's a mod, but it doesn't change anything. All it does is change the visuals of the storage containers, so it makes them look better. So like, it makes better storage containers. So instead of just like a barrel with the lid closed, it's a barrel that has cactuses. For the bread baskets, instead of just a basket with the lid closed, you can see the bread. Wheat straw, instead of a barrel with the lid closed, you can see the straw flour and the wheat straw and stuff. It just makes them look cooler. It just makes them look cooler, that's all. And then it does the same thing for up here. Like instead of just a barrel for sake, it's got these cool like Japanese barrels. Instead of you know, grog barrels, it's got this cool like moonshine. I mean, rum barrels. It's got like a moonshiner barrel in here. It's cool. It's cool. Southwest is great once you get a lot of ASP and research, engineering research, then you leave and never go back. Literally, there's really not much reason to go to the southwest portion of the map once you like after you explore the ruins there. They've got some good ruins, but once you explore it, there's really not much there. And especially, I feel like once you get to the point where like you're able to deal with like the Bugmaster and stuff, there's really no point. Longsta, how you doing? Making gains, man. Oof, my dude's got 58 strength. He's swole as hell. Swole as hell. He's making some serious gains. Making some serious gains. He's got the thickness. The thickness. Alright. Head to see what Grink is up to. Grink, what are you doing? Oh shit, okay, something's happening here. Are they just fighting a random bone dog? Oh, rebel farmers is what it is. Okay. I do the shun run, and I'm pretty much ready to build up for endgame. That's funny. I have something that no human flesh can compare to in taste. Pizza. Can confirm. Pizza is better than human flesh. You're correct. Although I've never tried human flesh, so who knows? Maybe it's fantastic. Oh man. Terrible. Terrible joke. Terrible. Tastes like chicken. How do you think the Berserker Sheks got to the Berserker country? I mean, they're just nomadic. They wander. They wander. They end up just finding their way there. They're nomadic. The whole point of the Berserker Sheks is that they want to return to a pre-Krullian state. So prior to the Warrior Code, prior to Krull unifying the Shek tribes, they want to return to that tribal state. And so they just wander. They just wander. And, you know, they ended up going up there, and it's a particularly hospitable area. Like, it physically looks hospitable. It looks imposing. And it could even potentially be, like, the ancestral home of the Sheks in the pre-Krull era. You know, so that there's a potential that they may have already had a presence up there and always had a presence up there prior to the unification. We don't really know. But that is a potential theory, is that their presence up there has always kind of been there. And, that, you know, that's where the Shek that didn't partake in the unification after Krull, you know, ended up being. Do I think Krull will be in Kenshi too? No, I don't think so. Not unless Krull is actually a deliberate, like, like a change in story, like an allegory of some kind. You know, in the way that, like, Okran is to Stobe, and then Okran is to Kydron, and Kydron is to Stobe. Maybe if that's the case, but, you know, I don't think so. I don't think so, I guess is my point. I don't think so is my point. Yeah, like, it could be some kind of, like, misrepresentation, but the thing with Krull is, like, I've heard some people try to say that Krull is also, like, a retelling of Stobe, and that, like, Krull is actually Stobe, but, like, that story predates the Shek as we know it significantly, if that was the case. Like, you know, Stobe happened at the end of the First Empire, and then there was the Age of Chaos, or the Ice Age, humanity's regression, and then the Second Empire that happens for hundreds or thousands of years, and the Shek show up. The Shek, as we know them currently, didn't show up until after the Second Empire. The unification would have happened after the Second Empire because, you know, like, the way that story goes, like, it doesn't make any sense. It wouldn't make any sense for Stobe to be Krull. Stobe being Tin Fist, that's an interesting story, because that would be really funny, to be honest, simply because there's that that potential that, like, Tin Fist is the first Phoenix. You know, I talked about the hypothetical that Tin Fist was the first Phoenix, because the first Phoenix was, in my opinion, very likely a skeleton. So what if Tin Fist was the first Phoenix, and Tin Fist was also Krull, and he unified the Shek? Like, what if Stobe was the deity that founded everything, basically? Is, like, the unifier, right? He's the reason that the Second Empire happened. He's the reason that the Holy Nation exists. All of that stuff. And then in an ironic twist, Tin Fist is the first Phoenix and Krull at the same time. Wouldn't that be funny? I'm not going to go ahead and, like, be like, that's the thing. That's the thing. But, like, wouldn't that be funny? Tin Fist is John Kenshi confirmed, sort of, but not really. From a chemical perspective, human meat probably tastes pretty bad if you think about it. If not, most human meat consumers... most meat humans consume comes from herbivores, carnivores, and omnivore meat isn't common. Yeah. I think it also depends on lifestyle, though, because, like, some people exclusively will, like, hunt down, like, wolves and boar and stuff like that, like, you know, other omnivores. I think it just depends. I think the issue is that carnivore meat tends to be more muscly and gamey, really tough. It's really tough meat, but I think it depends. I think the big thing is that I think the big thing is that carnivore meat and omnivore meat, like, omnivore meat tends to taste kind of rotten, in my opinion, and carnivore meat tends to taste really, have a really tough texture, really gamey, really tough, because it's a lot of muscle. So I don't know. Weird. We're talking about cannibalism now, guys. We've really gone off the rails. We've really gone off the rails on this one. This tastes like pork. Oh, God. This stream's gotten really dark. God damn. Oh, man. So if Catlon was the first Phoenix and Tin Fist was Krull, their personal falling out could be an omen of what the Shek and Holy Nation became. I mean, I don't think that Catlon was the first Phoenix. I think Catlon is most definitely not the first Phoenix. I think that there is a case to be made that if the first Phoenix was a skeleton, it may have been Tin Fist, but that's purely conjecture, and I have no way of knowing. I have no way of knowing. I'm hoping we see Agnew and Kenshi 2 again. Oh, I'm sure we will. I'm sure we will. And if the game takes place prior to the thralling of Catlan's, like Catlan enthralling a lot of his skeletons, we may even see Agnew as a Second Empire soldier bot, like as an active member of the police force, because that's what Agnew was. Agnew was was a member of the police office, like the police force. Agnew was in fact a member of the Second Empire Police. I'd see Catlan being Narco before the Phoenix. I mean, Catlan effectively is Narco. That's like the whole thing, is that Catlan is Narco and Stobe is Okrin. They're both skeletons or aspects of Kytrin, but Catlan represents the bad side and Stobe represents the good side. Excuse me. Excuse me. Do you think the Bugmaster would be able to make it to the Ashlands? I don't know. I think that if he had a big enough army of skin spiders, he might stand a pretty good chance, to be honest with you. Now, if he would stand a good chance once they were there, that's a whole different conversation. What new jobs or skills do you think we'll get in Kenshi 2? I hope that there's like a speechcraft skill. I hope that like there's like a bartering skill where like buying and selling, because I hope that we do get an economic rework, right? And hey, here, I just wanted to ask if you ever checked out Asian Fanboys videos animated Kenshi. It's awesome. I have. Not only have I checked it out, but I am very good friends with Pato, obviously, because Pato and I run a podcast together and we're constantly at each other's streams. And Pato is friends with him, and we've talked in the comment sections one or two times of videos. So I not only have I seen his videos, but I've had conversations with him, public conversations with him, and I'm also friends with Pato, who is friends with him, and we've talked through Pato via Pato a few times. Yeah, no, I'm a big fan. Dude's a unit. Dude's an absolute unit. But yes, I am not just I'm not just familiar. I've chatted with him. Very cool guy. Very cool guy. Very nice guy. Very humble. Very, very nice guy. So I would, I hope that we get like a speechcraft skill. I hope that like the economy in Kenshi 2 gets reworked. So that way economics become more viable than they are in Kenshi 1. Because as much as even like in this playthrough, like this has not been an easy setup getting our economics to the point where they are. And I hope that in Kenshi 2 economics become much better, much more viable. And as a byproduct of those more viable economics, I hope that we're able to see like a speechcraft skill where like buying and selling, you can buy and sell things for better prices when using that character and stuff like that. It'd be cool. It'd be cool. It's an interesting thought. How would Catlan's remaining armies compare to the other major factions? I think that's a good... I think that is a good question. I do wonder how like Catlan's forces would compare. I do wonder how they would compare. Like, how would they stack up against, like a United Cities and Holy Nation front? Like, would they be able to hold back the tide if an invasion happened? If Catlan decided to go full tilt and just come out? Or would the Bugmaster stand a chance against the Holy Nation? Would the Bugmaster stand a chance against any of the major factions? Like, could he theoretically march his happy ass into the United Cities and just fucking drop the United Cities? And when I ask that, I mean like the Bugmaster. Like, what would be the fallout of that happening? How would that go? Those are all really, really good questions, in my opinion. That I think that we are likely not going to get an answer for. We're almost never going to get an answer for, but they're all really cool questions. I think the main economic shortcoming is that food is all that really gets consumed. Booze, drugs, water, not really consumed. Yeah, I think that's part of it. I also think part of the issue is that the shopping list for a lot of NPCs have such a low percentage chance, if any percentage chance, of buying anything other than medical supplies, anything other than weapons, anything other than medical supplies and food. I'd like to see, mercenaries coming in and buying my weapons. I'd like to see, being able to buy and sell more things than just weapons and stuff like that. Well, I mean, than just food and medical supplies to more people, because there are people that buy weapons, but it's so few and far between. You can't make a business. Because like one thing I've always wanted to do in a game, is I've wanted to be a blacksmith, and not just like be a blacksmith. I want to open a blacksmith shop. I want to do an entire playthrough where that's what I do. I travel around the world and I procure rare ingredients and materials to make advanced weapons, and then I have a shop and people go in and they'll buy things from that shop. But like, I'm not talking about like I go and I make weapons and then I go into another weapon store and I sell my weapons. I want to open up a shop. I want to throw weapons into the container, and I want to, set prices and all that stuff. And I want to go have, a guy that travels around procuring rare ingredients and metals and stuff like that to make unique, high quality weapons. And I want to open a weapon shop, and I want to sell weapons and armor made by my character, and like make a living that way. Like, I, to a degree, while I love adventure playthroughs, I also in games really like when I have the option to do like a laid back, non-adventure-y playthrough. Like I've done whole playthroughs on Skyrim where like I had mods and stuff that amped up the blacksmithing and let me open shops and like buy shops and stuff, and stack their inventory, and that's what I did. Like, that's what I did. I'd go around and I would, I'd fight bandits on occasion and stuff like that for the sake of procuring materials. But like, I really love to see games where like you could have a passive, non-adventure playthrough where you could just be a normal dude doing normal things. And Kenshi almost touches that itch, but the economic situation needs refinement. The economics in Kenshi too, if they refine them to the point where I can be a proper blacksmith, that would be fire. Where I can just have a character that opens up his shop, he makes weapons and armor, he buys food, and all of that stuff. What's the hotkey? It's the semicolon. So enter key over your enter key on the right side. Go 2 keys over. That's it. 2 keys over to the left from your enter key. Yeah. So I don't know. I wish that the economics would be overhauled, because I would really love to do like a non-adventure playthrough. Just a playthrough is just a I just want to open a blacksmith. That's like one of the things that I just love that so much in games, when you can literally just be that character. Like, because the thing is like that profession exists, not blacksmithing, but like that dream exists for many people in many games, right? I know a lot of people like Star Wars: The Old Republic. I've never played Galaxies Found, so I can't speak for Galaxies, but I believe you. The Old Republic, there were people that would in the roleplay server back when Ebon Hawk was a thing, because they ended up merging all the servers, so Ebon Hawk got dissipated, and now the roleplay on Star Wars: The Old Republic is pretty much dead. The community's either isolated to private roleplay with guilds. There's no more public roleplay, which really sucks. But like, the number of people that I knew on that game that were like, I don't want to be some great big Jedi. I don't want to be some like captain of like some mercenary company or anything. I just want to be a smuggler. I just want to be, some guy like a merchant. I just want to open a shop and buy and sell goods. I want to, open a casino. I spent a while on the Old Republic. My character owned a casino. I built a casino in my house. I built a full casino in my manor on Coruscant, and like that was what I did. Like I ran a casino. And other players would come to the casino. I had it listed publicly. They'd come to the casino. They'd use my machines. They'd trade with each other. They'd hang out. It was a place for roleplay. But like, I ran a casino, and like, that is really cool. And I wish that more games would embrace what you can do on the downtime when you're not saving the world, when you're not on an adventure, when you're not traveling. Right? Regular dude is really cool sometimes. That's why that was one of my favorite things to do in like Fable 2. Was like just be a blacksmith and go to work all day and work at the shop and then go home and all that stuff. Like, I would spend not my entire playthrough, but like I'd spend some time doing that. I'd spend a week or two in game just going to work, buying and selling things, decorating my house a little bit, like just every so often. 2 nights in a row? My friend, I usually stream Sunday through Thursday. I usually stream 5 nights a week, but this week things got a little muddled because of my throat. So, and I think next, I don't know what's the date. I think next either Monday or Thursday I might not be streaming either because I have D&D that night. But it's fine. Yeah, I don't know. I think that a lot of games giving you the option to just be a normal dude sometimes and giving you downtime activities, like that's a big one, right? Excuse me. It's not always about the adventure. It's not always about going out and saving the world or anything like that. Sometimes it's just a dude that wants to maybe he's out saving the world 90% of the time. But that 10% that he's not doing that, what is he doing? And the answer to me is he should be out doing normal dude things, doing just stuff, right? And that means, opening a business. It means interacting with the world, with the community as it be, owning a house, owning property, having a job that's not adventuring. Like I don't know, I like the aspect of having something to do in between the adventures, and I hope that Kenshi 2 gives us some of that. And if not, I hope the modders do. It'd be really cool to have more versatility because like there's a lot that you can do in Kenshi, a lot of different play styles, a lot of different things that you can do, and that's one of the big draws of it is that it really is like a story where you can do almost anything that you want, right? You can be anybody that you want. You can tell your own story and play the way you want to be. You want to be a slave? Be a slave. You want to get out of slavery? Get out of slavery. You want to be a mercenary? Be a mercenary. You want to be a kill squad? Be a kill squad. Start an empire? You can do that. Overthrow the world? You can do that. Join a faction? You can do that. But what it lacks, in my opinion, is the ability to fully commit to some of those downtime leisure activities, like opening a shop, like being a merchant, like all of that stuff. I think that's what it's lacking. That's the area it's lacking, in my opinion. Dangerous territory, these boys walking in here. You're not gonna buy my shit, you need to get out, you fools. You're not welcome here. You ain't welcome here. You know what, actually? I'm pissed off they're even still around. We're going back up to Fort Mirage. We're gonna teach them a lesson a third time. I've already sold them once. I killed Lord Mirage once. I sold him into slavery once, and then I killed him, and I'm confused as to why they're even still around. Sometimes even the mighty noble paladin occasionally needs to replace his roof. I mean, yeah, and that's what it is. But like the adventure's always got to end. That's really fucking funny. I agree. I'm gonna have to hang on to that one. That's really funny. No, I think like it's cool to be like, I'm an adventurer that's going off to change the world. Okay, the world is now changed. What are you? Like, I think it's important to include a potential purpose beyond that for what you're doing when you're not saving the world, when you're not fighting armies, when you're not, hunting bounties in the wild. What are you doing? And like in Kenshi, I hope the answer is that I can open a shop. I hope the answer is that I can, do more of those things. I can have more economics. I can open a shop. I can be a landlord. I can rent buildings out. I can like do those things, Technically speaking, someone in the employee of his household would replace his roof. Yeah, good old Fable, man. How do you guys feel about the new Fable? How do you guys feel about it? I have high hopes and low expectations. That's the way I'm going to describe it. I have high hopes, low expectations. I think that the IP is good enough that they can do it if they do it right. I think that if it, I think the combat looks cool. I think it looks a little derivative from The Witcher and doesn't, it's not there. I am actively worried that they are trying to replace the Monty Python style British comedy with more of like, they modeled their trailer off after The Office. So I am a little worried that they are, I don't know if I necessarily care for the Office narrative in like a story that's supposed to be like kind of fairy tale. I hope that we don't lose that classic Monty Python style humor, but I think visually, from like a graphical fidelity standpoint, like from a visual standpoint, it looks phenomenal. Again, the combat seems a little derivative of The Witcher, which doesn't inherently feel super super Fable, but I'm okay with that. I'm okay with it. So long as we have we have Reaver in it. He's such a bastard, you can't help but like him. I mean, it's a full reboot, so I don't know if we're gonna have Reaver, to be honest. I don't know if that's gonna happen. It's basically a full reboot. But yeah, I don't know. I hope it goes well. I have a knack for mathematically for mimetically, that's the word. There we go. For mimetically good sayings such as dude, smoothie, and the default direction in Kenshi is south. It's funny. It's funny. You do whip out a lot of good one-liners. Expecting to be disappointed, unfortunately. Even with low expectations, I can count on one hand how many games have lived their hype in the last 10 years. I agree. That's why I'm going into it with the idea that it's going to be an absolute fucking dumpster fire. But I am hopeful because Fable was so quintessential in my own story as a gamer. Like, it was my first ever, like, quote RPG. You know, it was the first one I ever played. I was fucking 8 years old. And you know, I am hopeful because I would really hate to be disappointed again after Fable 3. But I'm not going to hold my breath for it. So we'll see. Beat thy asses. Is Lord Mirage still here? Because I'm going to be very confused because I don't import... How? I don't import dead NPCs. I import, but I don't import dead NPCs. I am so frustrated that this motherfucker is still around. Is it because there's no world state tied to him? Is he just around? Is it like a passing title? I have no idea. I'm going to kill him again. I'm going to kill him again. Yeah, Mirage is back again. My dude's running his mouth once again, so we're going to have to put him down. Show him what for it mean to mess with Don Tony McChicken. We just keep having to teach you this lesson, don't we, old man? Wow, Don's whipping out some fucking moves. You guys see that shit? Oh my god. 1-2, 1-2. Oh my god, dude, Don is whipping out some fucking moves. Don may very well be like a villain from Arrow. My lord, he's just whipping out some fucking moves. Look at that shit. Bop bop. I like a lot of the leg action. He's using a lot of leg. I think that's a good thing. This is what happens when you mess with a Don. You get bopped. Oh my god, dude, Don does not play around. He ain't fucking around at all. He's bopping him. Oh, he took one arrow. He took one arrow. That's fine. Yeah, Don does not mess around. Ruka just jumped off the side of the fucking building. What a beast. What a beast. I think I'm cooking so hard with the base right now. I'm gonna save the rest of the stuff for when I send you the save file. Yeah, do that. Do that. I'm excited. I am excited. Ruka just vaulted the side of this building. I hope that you guys saw that because that was wild. Ruka just vaulted the side of the building to get closer to that enemy there. That was nuts. Absolutely fucking nuts. Ruka's not fucking around. Is Lord Mirage recovering? Nah, he's bleeding out. He'll bleed out soon enough. She's a beast, man. She's a beast. You gotta respect it. You gotta respect it. Also, guys, we have 80 people in the stream right now, so I want to take an opportunity to remind all of you that tomorrow at 3:30 Eastern Standard Time, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, is episode 2 of Tengu's Vault, the Kenshi-centric podcast run by myself and Paydystrophia. We're going to be talking all about the First Empire, what we know, the very little that we know, hypotheticals, all of that stuff. Yeah, episode 2 of Tengu's Vault is tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So do guys remember to head on over to the Tengu's Vault channel. Remember to hit the notification icon so that you guys get notified that the stream is happening. It is already scheduled. So do, take the time to do that. Take the time to do that. It's that little button over there. Thank you, guys. Yes, do remember to like the stream. It does help a lot with the algorithm. Keeps things moving. I appreciate it. It only takes just a couple seconds. If you have the crucifixion mod installed, I think that'd be inappropriate. And that's what we did to him last time. There's a crucifix in the center of our base. We slapped him up on top of that after we delimbed him. We put him on the surgery table, delimbed him, and then slapped his nuggeted body up on the crucifix. Drug bust is headed towards Chateau McChicken. Oh no. Oh no. This is no good. All right, we need to haul ass. There's a drug bust headed back towards us. Oh no. We need to move. Don Tony McChicken's on the move. What if you recruit him and then recruit him again and again and again and again? Can I recruit him? That'd be interesting. I have a drug bust headed towards my base. Oh my god, guys, I'm nervous. I warned you. They found your hashish. They did. They did find the hashish. Is this how it happens? Is Don Tony McChicken about to have an issue? Matt, you did warn me. I'm so sorry. You warned me. It's happening. It's the 5-0. Cheese it. I've been selling too much hashish in their cities. I've been selling them in my shop counters. I wasn't even hiding it. Flush the stash. Quick, everyone boof it. Boof it now. Oh, shit, dude. That sucks. What the fuck? No good. No good. I'm assuming it's this. I'm assuming that's them. Ooh. Ooh. I knew we should have built more toilets, literally. Okay, pop back on over to the base here. Trader's Guild's just hanging out. That's weird. I didn't build enough outhouses. Mistakes have been made, everybody. I didn't build enough outhouses. Yeah, so this crucifix is where we killed Lord Mirage last time. We cut his limbs off on the surgery table and then slapped his nugget self right up on top of there. And he died. But the idea of Lord Mirage continues to persist. Continues to bedevil me. I can't believe they found my stash. Get out, you fools. Drug production is illegal in the United States territory. Can I come talk to him? Oh, no. You're hereby arrested for illegal activity within Empire territory. How many of them are there? Oh no. Traders Guild snitched on you. Rat bastards, man. Oh my god, this is ridiculous. No. Our Mafia may come to an end as a result of them finding out that we're criminals. Brought down by the IRS. It wasn't even the IRS, it was the DEA. I got brought down by the DEA. Take him down. Take him down. Bring him to Town Pound, boys. Town Pound? Pound Town. Take him to Pound Town, boys. Oh my god, he's already taken so many harpoons and he's still not down. This does not bode well for us. What are the average stats of these guys? Oh, yeah, this is going to be great. This is going to be... I think we'll survive this one, but this is going to be devastating on our relation with them. Oh, my God. Where's the Don at? Where you at, guys? Oh my god, they're still coming, but they're still so far away. Run, top speed, Don. Oh my god. Is this how it happens? Is this how it happens? Need all of my thugs, every one of them, to attack. They showed up. All black jackets and dark glasses. This is how it happens. Pigs at the door, they onto us now. You wants me to waste them? Oh my god. I really thought that the IRS was going to take us. Instead, it's the DEA. I was not expecting this. Attack unprovoked. They're raiding my shit. They raiding my food? They're raiding my food! There's not even drugs in there. They're taking my food! Oh, you fuckers. That's not even the drugs. This is a shakedown. This is a sham. This is a sham. I'm being shammed. They're not even taking the drugs. They're taking my food. United breadweaves indeed. They're stealing my food. The rat bastards. The weird part is they're not even... It doesn't even look like they're actively attacking me. They're just taking my shit. They're just looting aimlessly. What is happening right now? Someone in the gang snitched. Someone snitched. We got a rat. We got a rat in here. It was probably Carrot. He's lucky he's our best smith. Can't afford to, I can't afford to whack him. This is fucking ridiculous. The worst part is I think they're not attacking us because we're allies with them, but they're also just stealing all of our shit. They're just raiding our food stores. This is bullshit. Also, not really sure what the hell's going on here. They're just like attacking our. Not really sure what this is about. I feel like it would make more sense if they like came up here and like attacked. If they like went over to where our where the drugs are at, but they didn't. They're what is happening? Who's this newest member of the mob? They clearly let being in the mob go to their head. The newest member was technically Rust Bucket here, but I don't think it'd be Rust Bucket. We bailed him out of jail. We saved him from slavery, not once, but twice. I don't think it's him. He owes us. Don Tony McChicken personally saved him. It'd be real stupid to go that way now. It'd be real dumb to go that way now. I am admittedly, again, I am concerned at the state of what's happening here. They're just like raiding our food. Oh, they're trying to get that one piece of bread. That's what it is. They're trying to get that one piece of bread. All right, I'm gonna halt production on. I don't have that many cooking stoves, do I? I don't. Why is it? Okay, fair enough. I suppose I don't even have that many cooking stoves, but it's fine. I'm gonna switch these stoves off for right now because they're just trying to raid the stove. You think a faction based on trade would be more libertarian? You would think that. You would think that. All right, our turrets seem to be doing a pretty good job of just picking them off. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Cannot believe this happened. How's the throw? It's better. We're doing better. I think Mirage is dead. My God, my frame rate's gone to shit. It's all the particle effects. Spine Canyon's actually a really terrible spot to base because of the particle effects, like the wind and the dust and stuff. And then in addition to that, I have all of these NPCs on screen. And then in addition to that, even more, I have you know, people in 4 separate cities all at the same time. So like I'm really pushing it on this one. Okay, so yeah, he's still alive. We're gonna throw him in the throw him in here. All right, there he is. He's gonna bleed out in the crucifix, Lord Mirage. That guy. Yeah, Throat's doing much better. Throat's doing much better. Okay. We're being actively attacked. We're being not even attacked. They're just looting our food, which is asinine. Fine, I'm gonna take all your money then. Fuck you, guy. How dare you, you rat bastards. Steal from you? I didn't steal from you. You stole from me. I can't believe we got a drug bust. That's such shit. Such shit. The drug bust against Chateau McChicken has ended. It better have ended. Oy May. The game counts every stove in allied cities you have characters in, so you're seeing all of the stoves from all of the cities you have shops in. Oh my lord. That explains it. I didn't know that. Did not know that. Y'all better go on up here, collect your fucking allies, and get the hell out of my town. You fools. You fucking fools. You goons. That's what you are. You're goons. You guys say that we're the thugs. You're the fucking goons coming in here stealing my food. You get fucking kicked. You're gonna get bopped. Oh shit. ×3 speed was moving a little too quick. Spent all night unsubbing for my mods. I'm about 180 plus now, trying to skim through and place them correctly. Is it like Bethesda modding where the bottom loads after? It is. Again, look up the load order guide from Atlas. That'll help out quite a bit. The Kenshi load order guide, like guide to load orders from Atlas. It's very, very helpful. Very, very helpful. 180 is much better than, you know, what did you have? You said you had like 600 last night. Alright, so we're going to let them get out of here. Hopefully, are we going to have another one of those? They just came in and stole our food and then fucking ran out like a bunch of cowards. Bullshit. Bullshit, that's what that is. Can't believe this happened. Get back to production, everybody. Absolutely ridiculous. Luckily, it doesn't look like it damaged our relations with the United Cities at all. We are being attacked by blood raiders now, so that's annoying. Confused the hell out of me once. The only reason I know I had a queue on an armor smith I didn't know, and my character tried to break down a door at like 3 a.m. It did not end well. I've had similar things happen. Steam has a loader mod that helps you with numbers and puts categories in the mod section. I did not know that, but that does sound incredibly useful. Don Tony McChicken's out here throwing those 1-2s. Oh my god, you see that spin kick to the head? That was beautiful. That was quick, too. It was clean. It was clean. A lot of our enforcers are going to end up having to get put on the skeleton table. Yes, Vaughn, I'm using the skeleton table. I just got done playing Team Fortress 2 Classic for the first time. I gotta say, it's not bad. I am glad. I've never been too interested in Team Fortress, to be honest with you. I've seen a lot of videos and like memes of it, and from like a machinima perspective, it's been super useful. It's made a ton of memes over the years, but I've never been interested in playing it. I know that economically, it's actually a game that has a fair amount of economic value because you can like buy and sell shit for real world money on there. There's a few things on there, like people that actually make Team Fortress their whole career, which is wild to me. It says the man who's actively trying to make Kenshi his career, but you know, that's fine. It's fine. Oh man. Most of you guys are just 1 or 2 damage. It's not terrible. Get Buzz up here. He'll sleep it off. And good to go. All right. All right. I think we're okay. You know, we'll send the Don up here as well. Don and Ruka. They both need to get repaired. And we'll send Crumble John up here too. Kenshi load order organizer. Yeah, that sounds incredibly useful. I know that when I do Project Cthulhu, I'm going to have to look up a proper load order for it. For optimal running, because it's not just Project Cthulhu that I'm going to be running. I'm going to be running a few things on top of it as well. A couple of conversion kits and stuff like that. So I'm going to be running a few. I'm probably going to end up running a Project Cthulhu collection just for the sake of ease, and then I got to look up a load order for it, or I've got to organize it myself. Which will be slightly annoying. Thankfully, I'm not going to have nearly as many mods as I do now for that, so that'll be helpful. I mean, for a career, you're doing great. I haven't found anyone that touches lore and theories anywhere close to your depth. You should be considered pretty centric for the Kenshi community consumption. I think that in recent months, I've become more mainstream in the Kenshi community. I feel like most people know of my, or many people know of my channel at this point, and like what I do, which has been really cool. It's always interesting seeing like my content and like me as a creator get brought up in like casual conversation on like the Kenshi forums and like on the Kenshi Reddit and on the Discord and stuff, like without like prompting or anything. People just like bring me up, and like it's interesting when people do it and like everyone knows who I am. That's always been really cool to me. I thought that's really cool. That's kind of the point that we've gotten to. And really cool. Oh my god, this place is so fucking laggy. Pop over here for a minute. Get a fix of decent performance for half a second. I don't think I'm going to be building in Spine Canyon again. My god. I really like my base, but the effects there are so annoying. God damn, they're literally battering him around. You guys see that shit? They knocked him over twice. They like tossed him. Battered that starving bandit. Battered him like a fish stick. Okay, so we got raided. We got raided in a drug bust, and they stole all of our food, and it was kind of bullshit. Yeah. I feel a type of way about that. Can't believe it. Can't believe this happened. Stupid slave, he says. Yeah, asinine stuff. Asinine stuff. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I don't think we have another drug bust coming our way for a while. So I feel comfortable doing this. Now, especially now that that's over. Like we got the tough one out of the way. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna take a couple of my guys, and we're gonna make a bit of a risky-ish move, I guess. And Cosmic. I think that should be fun. We're going to take this group of individuals and we're going to go up to Bast and we're going to do some profiteering. And actually, you know what? Who I'm going to include in this? I'm actually going to bring Burn up there as well because Burn's a beast. And he's been manning the shop counter for quite some time. And we have Longstout here. And I think that we need to get Burn back in the action. I cannot believe you've done this. We're going to get Burn back in the action. We're going to have all of them meet up at the water fields. Yeah, we're gonna head up to Bast and we're gonna do some war profiteering. I think that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go up there. It's gonna be a combination of training and profiteering by fighting the Holy Nation, getting weapons and stuff that we can sell, and then bringing them back into town and selling those off. But you know, I think that we need to up our ante a little bit, and I think that Burn is in a perfect spot for that right now. My dude's got he's got decent martial arts, but he's got 81 strength. So the damage numbers he's going to be hitting are going to be astronomical. I cannot believe you've done this. But Burn's been sitting at a shop counter for quite some time. Oh, you know what? Actually, here's what we're gonna do too. Burn, you're gonna be bringing some friends with you. Hire some bodyguards. 2 days, 4,000 cats. Hell yeah. Burn's bringing an army with him. Burn's bringing an army. Say an army. He's bringing some mercenaries, but that'll help bolster us up a bit so we don't get overwhelmed. We also have Kenshi with us, but the plan is for war profiteering now, so we can add that to our list of businesses. We've got restaurants, we've got money laundering through the restaurants for our drug business, and then we've also got war profiteering. Good. It's good. It's real good. Hive. I suppose we could also start raiding caravans. Shit, maybe we should do that. Guys, what do you think? Should we do war profiteering or should we start raiding Western Hive caravans for supplies to sell? Could be fun to raid the Western Hive caravans. What do you think? Raiding caravans as a gang or war profiteering? Down with the Western Hive. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm thinking Western Hive. Yeah, the Western Hive don't spend money on us anyway. The higher profit one is easily raiding caravans, and I think that kind of fits with the aesthetic of what we're going for. Both? Question mark? Yeah, maybe. Okay, so then what we need to do is we're going to set Burn here to follow the Western Hive for right now, and then we're going to have the rest of you guys set to follow Burn. Yes. So we're going to... oh yeah, it's cursed. I'm going into the mists, don't you know? Not interested. I said no. I don't have that much money. This is a special discount. This is a good deal. No, I'm not. I don't want your fucking lantern. I don't want your lantern. I'm gonna take it in a minute anyway. Fine. It's fine. I'm gonna forcibly take it in a second. We have the mercenaries too to back us up. We're gonna raid this caravan. We're gonna take all of the loot from their Garu, and then we're gonna run and sell it at the stores back in Stout. It's gonna be great. I think this is a profitable business venture that makes sense for the mob. You know, we're businessmen. We're businessmen. Threatening the family's not a good idea, Stickbug. I agree. I agree. You've made a dangerous enemy by insulting Don Tony McChicken. Alright, so any smart raid begins the same way, which is we're going to have Kenshi here go beat the shit out of the caravan boss. And then we're going to have the rest of you guys join in. Cosmic, I need you to take the backpack off. Ruka, okay, good. Burn, you need to hop in the fight as well. Hell yeah. I got a plan, Arthur. I've got a plan. We're going to raid the Western Hive caravans, Arthur, and then we're going to go to Tahiti. God damn, Don Tony McChicken's getting a little fucked up by that Western Hive drone, but that's fine. We're going to raid the Western Hive caravans, Arthur, and then we're going to go to Tahiti. That's the plan. That's the plan, Arthur. My dude. Hodge Rustbucket Friedman here is just killing it. He's just killing it. He's a monster, an animal. Matt, thank you so much. Realize this might be useful game knowledge for somebody. So here, the game treats all machines owned by ally factions as player accessible. This includes beds, training dummies, and crafting stations. Just mind closing time. Yeah. So this is one of the things that happened earlier. I happened to open up my for everyone else. Obviously, Matt's the one that told me. Yeah, I happened to open up one of my cooking stoves on my menu there, and it said that I had like 500 cooking stoves, and I don't understand why. It's because I own property in every one of the houses. I mean, I own property in 3 of the cities, the United Cities, and I'm allied with them, so now all of their cooking stoves are considered my cooking stoves too. And so I had access to all of them in my menu, and it was very confusing. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Oof. Yeah, it's a good thing we brought these mercenaries because they kind of got fucked up. We kind of got fucked up. It's fine. Like it's fine. We're gonna live. It's fine. But yeah, it's a good thing we brought the mercenaries. Cosmic and Friedman here are really Cosmic, Kenshi, and Friedman are really like putting themselves to work. Friedman's a beast, though. I knew he was gonna be fine. Nice. 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 Kenshi, we're going to load you up with supply. Good supply. Sell all these books. What else can we sell that's going to be good? Sell those. Those will be good. Those will be good. Throw in the stores. Oh, yes. Books. These books will sell for quite a bit of money. Books will sell for quite a bit of money. Don's backpack on. Is Gohan in there? That meat, medical supplies. People love medical supplies. We can sell those for days. We can sell those for days. Are you open to Kenshi lore questions right now? I'm always open to Kenshi lore questions. You ask away. Like one of the things that I do on this channel. Most my live streams, gameplay is always fun, but never be afraid to ask me a lore question on Kenshi. That's like the main thing, the main purpose of these these live streams is to interact with the community and get lore questions. So please feel free to ask as many as you want. All right, we're gonna search you too. Tons of money. What do you know about the crab raiders? Not as much as I would like to. In full transparency, not as much as I would like to. I haven't dug too much into the crab raiders. In fact, this is going to surprise people. I have never actually done. If we don't ask him Kenshi lore, he'll end up talking Star Wars instead. That's true. There's a good chance that it may devolve into Star Wars. If you guys don't ask me Kenshi lore, I do talk about Star Wars a lot. I talk about Lord of the Rings too if more people ask questions about it, but Star Wars just tends to be where it leans. Yeah, so fun fact, I've never actually done a Crab Raider playthrough. I've never done the crab tourney or anything. Not for like a lack of want to. It's just never come up. It's just never come up, you know? Yeah, I've never done it. Did I steal that from the mercenaries? Didn't mean to do that. Didn't mean to do that. They're on my side. I don't know why I did that. I don't know why I did that. Dragon, how you doing? We're raiding a Western Hive caravan. Do you think it's possible the physical size and low intelligence of the guerrilla bandits is something unnatural? I don't think it's necessarily unnatural, no. I think it's the idea is I think it's a cultural thing. I think that it's like when you have a gym that's full of bodybuilders, like really, really, really big bodybuilders, and you know, eventually, like the entire group is permeated with these large people, and then they share the story of how they got so large, how they got so big. They put no emphasis on intelligence. Everything is brawn. I think it's a cultural thing. Yeah, and I think it may be something. I think if we wanted to attribute it to something, it may be something in their diet. Something they're eating may contribute, like be really high, like really, really naturally, like they're eating a natural steroid or something. But that's, you know, really speculative. I truly don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. But I think most of it's the byproduct of they are bumpkins in the boonies. Their leader's kind of an idiot, and as a byproduct, they kind of become idiots. And in addition to the fact that they're bumpkins in the boonies and their leader's an idiot, they also they only put emphasis on physical strength, not even martial strength, physical strength, and they're basically just a bunch of really like strong. Like, they're basically just a bunch of bodybuilders that only focus on bodybuilding. That's what they do, you know. That's their thing. Now, whether that's a good answer or not, I don't know. I'd have to dig into it even more. But I think, you know, there could be a case to be made that they might be eating something in the local, like a local fauna or something that's contributing to their ability to put on such mass and to be as large as they are. But that's purely speculative. In truth, we don't know. We don't know. In truth, we just don't know. I do think that having all of their jackets is really interesting. Like all of their jackets being what they are is really interesting, and I do wonder why that is. Like where that comes from. Them all walking around in gi. Like the idea that they're martial artists. That's what they do. It could be something as simple as that. Like Gorillo is like a master martial artist, and like that's his school of martial arts. Like it's a particular style of martial arts that's related to them. Like we don't really know. Like it's Gorillo style, you know. And he's the practitioner of Gorillo style martial arts, because we know that Kenshi has a lot of references to different martial arts styles in it. Even the Black Dragon Genin are making fun of, ironically, the worst martial arts, like the worst one of the worst ninja groups in the game are making fun of a style of martial arts called DMAC, DMAC martial arts was a style of kung fu or a style of martial arts that was created. It was based around the idea of using like pressure points to incapacitate your target by hitting pressure points, which is real. The problem is that the romanticized and the romanticized version that we see on TV and the version that we see perpetuated like through like sham courses and stuff that became famous in the United States and became famous is DMAC martial arts, like Death Touch. And that one in particular is absolute bullshit. The idea is that you could hit a specific pressure point and it would cause a delayed death when hit. You could hit someone in a spot and then they die like a day later as a result of hitting them in that spot. And that's the romanticized version that ended up being taken up, across, popularized media and ended up being taught to gullible idiots in the United States was the idea of DMAC Kung Fu, Death Touch Kung Fu. Which is, again, a really stupid, bastardized version of using strategic placement of blows to incapacitate your opponents, which is a much more realistic thing. And so I think it's funny that the most annoying and simple and arguably the worst of the ninja groups in Kenshi, being that of the Black Dragon Genin, the Black Dragon Ninja there, are based on like the ludicrous, stupid version of of DMAC Kung Fu. It's funny, but so it's not like there's not other groups that don't take inspiration from that kind of stuff. And like we don't know. I don't know if this is a direct inspiration, but I do think it's interesting that there are like what is it? I think there's a lot of Naruto inspiration in Kenshi too. Like I don't think there's a lot of like anime inspiration with like One Piece and stuff like that. I think that's ridiculous, but I find it interesting that there are sand ninja, there are grass ninja, there are cloud ninja, and the specific verbiage that's used, I think, is interesting. So the origin of Death Touch is based on a misconstruction. The reality is the person get internal bleeding from injuries, which can eventually kill someone with an obvious external injury. But it's not like someone turned that accidental thing into a deliberate technique. Yeah, and well, that's the thing. But the way that it was sold and popularized in media, and the way that it was sold in like martial arts studios across the U.S., I think it was in the early '90s or late '80s, was that there was like one specific hidden technique where if you hit someone a specific way, and use like a unique, hit them with a unique pressure point, it would cause a delayed reaction where they would die. It was Death Touch, and like that's stupid. You're wrong. that's stupid. You're wrong. I mean, if you hit someone with a car the right way, you'll kill them immediately. You can consider that Death Touch, but like you're not gonna fucking flick someone in the solar plexus and they're gonna die the next day. Like that's stupid. My Death Touch is my van, is my SUV. That's my Death Touch. I Death Touched him with my SUV. It's funny. I'm funny. It's funny. I'm a funny guy. I made a funny joke and I'm a funny guy. Stupid. Stupid. Yeah, you can do a Death Touch with a sledgehammer to the nads, but that's not some kind of mysterious secret. Oh, behold, my ancient my ancient martial arts technique. Fucking whips out a taser and tases you in the throat. I call it the shocking death. What are you fucking talking about, It's crazy. Getting hit in the back of the head can kill. Yeah, but that's not a martial arts technique. That's just clever placement. There's not a school. It's the school of bashing people in the back of the head with a rock. You're not going to sell. What is it? You're not going to sell courses in a magazine designed around beating people in the back of the head. It's funny. Allow me to show you my secret technique. It took 50 years of training and 300 men to perfect. And he whips out a fucking Uzi and just unloads in you. It's funny. It's funny. Mostly headbutting and kicking shit while they're down, literally. Literally. It's so funny. All right, guys, we successfully managed to beat the shit out of them, and now we're gonna go and we're gonna go turn in our loot. We're gonna go turn in our winnings. We successfully raided that caravan. It was a good time. It was a good time, everybody. This mercenary's arm is real messed up. It's just bobbing around. Funny. All right, we're headed to Stout now. What is that? Oh my god, there's another one. Are we up for the challenge? I don't know if we're up for the challenge, guys. Or we got a little messed up the first time, and I think that we're still recovering from it. Yeah, I think we may need to go rest up before we attempt another one. Before we attempt to raid some more caravans. Don Tony McChicken got desperate after the drug raid. We had to switch some things up a little bit. Let's go sell our loot from this one, and then we'll move on to the next one. But Don Tony McChicken got a little desperate. The drug raid scared him. He's got to run into Mirage on the way back. Yeah, he escaped again. My guy escaped again. He's just off doing stuff. Man. They knew where all the weaknesses were in the human skeleton. One legend said, well, hold on. One legend that may be true is the story of the kung fu inventors were originally chiropractors. Oh yeah, I would believe that to a degree. I don't know if I necessarily believe it wholeheartedly, but I could believe that as a potential origin story. You know, I think that shit's interesting. I remember watching those Chinese kung fu movies, still ridiculous and entertaining. Oh yeah, dude. I mean, like that's the point of it. It's all dramatized. It's all, you know, overhyped, over stylized. It doesn't look anything like real kung fu. Like that's the big difference between like, you know, not that he was not a real practitioner or anything like that, but that's the difference between Bruce Lee and like Jackie Chan. Like Jackie Chan was a lot more like high energy, less high energy, more for like he was a showman, right? Whereas Bruce Lee's choreography was very much based in like genuinely practicing it, while still obviously being embellished for the sake of story and whatnot, and like how it works in choreography. But like there was a big difference between the two of them, in the sense that like Bruce Lee was much more grounded versus you know, like Jackie Chan, whose way of doing things was a lot more stylized, and those kinds of movies and stuff. I've always pronounced it Stoat, but sometimes I say Stout on accident. But I'm pretty sure it's Stoat. But I have no fucking idea. Sometimes I flip back and forth between the two of them. I have no idea which one's correct. I'm gonna be honest with you. Sometimes I just say words. Gladiator is a good example of the difference between real kung fu and movie. Now hear me out. All you do is kill. People want to be entertained. Same thing. I mean, yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Pretty much. Let's get down to business and sell the shit we pilfered. Perfect. Guys, we're making some money. Tried Bollywood. Oh, God, don't even get me started on Bollywood. You want some fucking crazy stuff? Some crazy stuff? Bollywood. Bollywood kills me, man. It is wild. These meal kits, these ration packs. The real stuff doesn't look as good on film because it's too fast, too short range, over too fast. Gladiator combat isn't about efficiency, it's about spectacle. Pretty much. Pretty much. Pretty much. Pretty much. There's a reason that over stylized combat is so popular. One, because it's intense, it's dramatic, it gets you up out of your seat, all of that stuff. But also, let's be honest, real fights are usually like not that impressive, or even more than not that impressive. They are over pretty quick. They're over pretty quick. Like, not many people can take repeated blows to the head over and over, especially like trained people, like between like MMA fighters and stuff like that. Like they can take more blows. That's for sure. But like especially like street fights and stuff like that. Like most people are not equipped to get beat up like that. Like it's over usually pretty quick, like within a minute or two. Most fights are over within a minute or two at most. You know, so they have to stretch them out. But in real life, most fights are over within a minute or two. At most, I mean, again, especially with like street fights of like random people, like most of them are over within a minute or two. All right, we're gonna go to the bar and we're gonna rest up. We're gonna rest our bones, and then once we do that, we're gonna go back out and we might raid another caravan. There was a kung fu show. They accidentally knocked out a stuntman for real. You could see the shock on the main actor's face. Like, oh shit, did I do that? This is bad. Literally. Yeah, I mean, a minute's pushing it. I'm being generous. A minute is genuinely pushing it. I'm sorry. Guys, we don't own these beds. Where the hell am I? Headgear shop? Guys, we're just sleeping in random people's beds. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Yeah, it's just, yeah, most fights just they don't last that long. Like again, a minute is generous. A minute is generous. And that's, you know, I got into an uncomfortable number of confrontations in my youth. I was a bad kid. I got in a lot of fights when I was a teenager, and I mean, fights don't last that long. I don't know. But again, they got to stylize them. They got to make them look. They got to make them look fancy for the make them look good for the camera. You know, got to make them look good for the camera, which is fair. It's fair. Have you guys ever watched Dequidium here on YouTube? I have no idea. He does unscripted, unchoreographed medieval style combat. Really sells how fast, brutal, and desperate real fighting is. Medieval style combat. Let me tell you, medieval combat, like in full armor, is not only is it fast, it's also it's firstly it's mostly a ground game. Like if you weren't if you were in a full knight plate and you guys had just swords, most of the time it would end in a ground game because most medieval armors would protect against like bladed objects, like bladed weapons. And so if you didn't have something to bash the armor in, like a blunt weapon, it would usually end up as a ground game where they were two dudes in armor wrestling on the ground trying to, you know, fucking choke each other out, suffocate each other, or whip out the stiletto and go for the coup de grace. Like, what is it? Medieval combat between two people that don't have a blunt weapon is honestly, it's kind of sickening to watch. Kind of sickening to watch. Because, like, they're just on the ground, and you can see how desperate it is. How desperate the fight between those two people is. It's a really tough encounter to watch sometimes because you can see it, you can feel it in the way they move. Like, they're so desperate. Yeah, there's a reason that knights use blunt weapons in the later medieval period. Yeah, it's because, you know, weapons and stuff were, I mean, what is it? Armor and stuff would protect against between chainmail and the advent of plate mail. In addition to that, with like a good Gambesi and all that stuff, I mean, blades weren't doing too much unless you can get a coup de grace with a stiletto. 9 times out of 10, the main purpose of combat was to bash the armor inward and make it so they couldn't remove the helmet, or the helmet would you know you could hemorrhage them out with the impact force from the blunt objects. You know, medieval combat was brutal, man. It wasn't all swords and boards. It was a lot of like bashing and like, hey, you know, we just turned Frank into a popsicle. We can't get his helmet off to identify the body. You know. He did one of those videos of a knight on a group of bandits, and it's insane how little he had to give a shit about their swords and spears. Yeah, there was. I remember when I was growing up. Someone had, there was like this big, like medieval unit that we were doing in like the 6th or 7th grade, and they had like a bunch of like professional blacksmiths and stuff like that come in and talk to us and like go over the unit like with us and talk about all of that stuff. And I remember being blown away when the guy was explaining the difference between a knight and a peasant, and he was like, a fully plated up knight. I don't know if these numbers are accurate, but like based on everything I know, I feel like in terms of combat prowess, probably. In terms of stamina, that might be a different question. But I remember the number he gave us was um, one fully trained knight was equivalent to 100 peasants. Uh, like he, if it was in the if it was in the right circumstances where they weren't overwhelmed, knocked down, and just stomped on, in the right circumstances, one knight in full plate mail would be capable of taking down 100 peasants before they killed him. Simply by nature of the fact that in his armor, in a fully suited up armor with chainmail, game BC, and plate mail, the whole nine, he was relatively untouchable to anything they could hit him with. Yeah. Yeah, I always thought that number was crazy. I remember when he said it, I was like, that sounds unreal. That sounds unfathomable. But like now, as I've grown up and I've learned more about that period of time and the more about that kind of stuff and like what the knights could take and how sturdy and strong the armor was and all that stuff, I'm like, nah, shit, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. 100 peasants for one knight. That's crazy. That's a fucking loot, like a fully decked out knight. That's crazy. Yeah. Unless they have pikes and pitchforks, maybe, yeah, that would potentially cause an issue. That would potentially cause an issue. Are there any mercenaries in here? I want to bolster our numbers a little bit. Is there another bar here? There's got to be a second bar. We're up to 613,000. We are almost there. We're making some real progress towards our end goal here. Real progress towards our end goal. I don't think so. I don't think there's another bar here, and that sucks. That sucks peen. Unfortunate. With a KDA that high, do you think all knights went to hell? That should not kill, and all that being a major tenet of the faith. I mean, it's so I feel like firstly, the way that it was typically described. Let me clarify too. The way that that is typically described is thou shalt not kill, but murder. Thou shalt not commit murder, but killing in self defense wouldn't be murder. So if you were attacked by bandits or if you were attacked by a group of 100 peasants and you put them down, then that technically wouldn't classify as murder. It's self defense. Even from a biblical standpoint, you're allowed to kill provided that it's in self defense. Or for righteous reasons. The idea, I think, the pretense between that shall not kill is that like you can't take the life of someone for reasons that are selfish and driven, all that stuff. Plus, the other thing is that the code of chivalry often had very little to do with it was more about serving your lord and more about like decorum of a knight. Most of it was all about decorum and all of that stuff. Knight's tenets are, there's there. But yeah, the Bible makes a very, Christianic and Christianic faith makes a very clear distinction between killing and murder. Murder are two different things. Killing is not especially in the Old Testament, killing is not a big no-no. Murder is a no-no. But what the line between the two of them is interesting. Would lopping off the head of a doofy hive soldier be acceptable? Probably. Although I still think that you need to relinquish this hatred of yours. One pope told soldiers they were forbidden to draw blood, so to get around this, they switched to maces and clubs. That'll do it. That'll do it. Two noble hunters. Hey. All right, we're going to run to Stout there, and then we're going to... it only counts if you're murdering a fellow human, the Holy Nation. Exactly. It's not murder if they're not people, If you don't view them as a person, it's not murder, At least in their opinion. The opinions of many people throughout history. If you don't consider them a person, it's It's not murder. It is kind of a meme at this point, Logic. You're correct. It is kind of a meme. Hey, Logic, can you do me a favor? Can you shoot the link for Tengu's Vault in the for the upcoming podcast tomorrow in the chat? 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, guys. We're doing episode 2. Me and Patastrophe are doing episode 2 of Tengu's Vault on the Tengu's Vault channel. We're going to be live 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to be talking about the First Empire this time. But we are excited to see all of you there. Very, very excited. Episode 2 is going to be on the actual Tengu's Vault channel, though the first episode last time was on my channel for exposure purposes. But this time it's going to be on my channel. And like I said, we're very hyped about it. And we hope to see as many of you guys there as possible. Please, 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 please go subscribe to the Tengu's Vault channel. And also remember to hit the notification icon, because right now we only got about 80 subs on that channel. And because of that, YouTube has a tendency to not push smaller channels with their notifications. So please sub to the channel, like the upcoming stream, and hit the notification icon so you guys know when we're live. And then if by chance you guys happen to miss the stream, also follow us on Spotify, because the VOD will be available on YouTube, but we also upload to Spotify as well. The first episode is there as well if you want to listen to that. So we are on Spotify. We're on Spotify as Tengu's Vault, a Kenshi podcast. Excuse me. No. Okay, what was it doing? I was getting mercenaries, right? Getting mercenaries, because we're gonna head over to the war zone, head over to Bast and do some war profiteering. Good old profiteering. But I would like some bodyguards when we do it. We have a couple, obviously, that we hired already, but I would like a couple of more. Couple of more. Who are you fighting? Another slate? Oh my god, man. These outlaws. Alright, so we may be SOL on getting bodyguards here. Unfortunate. Unsurprising, but unfortunate. Yeah, we may be SOL on that. All right, well, we're gonna head up to the war town. So I've been mulling over the mendicant priest Griffin mentioned yesterday. If you were to do it and could select up to 3 travel companions, would you, and who would you take if yes? Are you saying like in Kenshi, like if I could take Griffin and like go around and be like a help, like someone to help the face of Kenshi, protect people, and like be like a true paladin to Kenshi as Griffin? I just want to clarify on the question before I answer. Yeah, okay. I would take Griffin. I would take Burn. I would take Agnew. No, I would take Griffin. I would take Burn. I would take Beep. And I would take Crumblejohn. Because I think the 4 of them represent many walks of life on Kenshi, and I think that it would be an interesting vibe. This big old octopus. This big old octopops. I hope we figure out more about what the hell this thing is. I think that'd be an interesting vibe, right? Because we would have Griffin, who's kind of like he's you know a Holy Nation. He's interested in the Holy Nation, right? And he's a member of the Holy Nation. He's interested in the truth behind the Holy Nation. He wants to understand their history more and come to the true realization. He's a scholar at heart, I feel. And I would be interested to see how he would react to things. I would take Beep because Beep kind of represents the innocence of Kenshi that many people have been stripped from. And I think that his perspective and take on problems would be very eye-opening and insightful to the people that they tried to help. And I would take I would want to take Crumble John because he's a former samurai for the United Cities, and I think it would be interesting to see, um, like how he responds and reacts to it's a nice dichotomy because you have a Holy Nation warrior, and you also have Beep, who's innocent. You have Crumble John, who's a United Cities warrior, and then you have Burn, who kind of represents the old empire. He's like the wise passing of age, like old adventurer, the battle hardened adventurer who could act as like a guide to the party. And I think that would make a really interesting dynamic because you have the UC philosophy of a samurai who was effectively is no longer engaged with the UC, became a Ronin. You have the Holy Nation philosophy of a former paladin that's no longer a paladin, or a former Holy Nation soldier that's no longer a soldier. Um, you have you have the innocence of Beep, who kind of represents that like new age, like learning about the world. The hero within, all of that kind of stuff. And then you have Burn, who's like on the flip side. Burn is the old tenured warrior who's experienced and traveled and can act as kind of a compass for the group, and kind of acts as the dichotomous opposite of I think Griffin and Crumble John would be a dichotomy to each other, and in the same sense, Beep and Burn would be kind of a dichotomy to each other. And I think that the four of them together would make a really interesting party as they navigate how to assist the people of Kenshi, as they navigate, all of that stuff. I think that would be a really cool dynamic. So that'd be my answer. That would be my answer. That really all we have is just you, just the one guy. He's the one mercenary that's left. The other ones, all the other ones doing other stuff. Fuck me, man. That sucks. So you have innocence, curiosity, and cynicism. It's yeah. I mean, it's yeah, yeah. If you could add one more, or even five, who would you take? One of the Shek, maybe. I think if I could add one more, I'd like to add Ruka, just because she kind of follows that same path of Griffin and Crumble John, but from the Shek. So all three of them are kind of on the outside looking in on their own respective factions. And then you have Beep, who represents no faction. And then you have Burn, who represents the oldest formerly destroyed factions. Um, I think that'd be a really cool build. You just wrote the plot of the new KOTOR game. Yeah, I think if I could throw Ruka in the mix, that would work too. Because you have Ruka, who is on the outside of the Shek looking in now. You have Griffin, who's on the outside looking in on the Holy Nation now. You have Crumblejohn on the outside looking in on the United Cities. And then you have Beep, who was a member of the Western Hive, which is another one of the major factions, but is now on the outside looking in and has effectively no faction. Um, so he represents an absence of faction. And then you have Burn, who was a member of the Second Empire, um, and now his faction is destroyed, and he has no faction. And he also kind of represents a tech hunter, which is unironically ironically, I guess, is the other major faction. So you actually would have all five major factions, because in the game files, the major factions are consistent of the Tech Hunters, the Western Hive, Holy Nation, United City, and the Shek Kingdom. Those are considered the five major factions. Every other faction is considered a minor faction. Even the Southern Hive. And so you have a representative from every single faction that are all on the outside looking in on their own factions now. And I think that's a really cool concept. If there's no player, Beep would die in Mongrel or get taken advantage of and becomes a bait. Pretty much. Beep would most certainly fall victim to either Lost Drone. Look at that. Lost Drone. We got a Lost Drone. Look at him patrolling, not being a Fogman. Wonder why that is. Probably because being a Lost Drone doesn't make you a Fogman. We've got cannibals here. Ooh, cannibals. A lot of cannibals. Fuck me, man. Yeesh. Yeesh. Many yeeshes. Well, we're here for war profiteering and combat training, so we're going to do it. We're going to do it. It looks like they're fighting somebody. Who are they fighting? United Cities. Well, now we have to help them out. I do it for the violence. No, guys, get over here and fight the cannibals. Fight the cannibals, guys. Why are we not fighting the cannibals? Come on, guys, fight the cannibals. Go back there, hand him a map, and he evolves into a drone traveler. He's evolving. Dun, 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 dun. Nice. What's these big weapons sell for? Not half bad. Not half bad. Hold these? I can't. Shit. Okay, well, we're gonna have to figure that out. Maybe Burn can hold it? Burn? Perhaps? Burn? Maybe? No? No, not Burn? Not Burn? No? Okay. Who has what now? Maybe you can hold it? No? No? Small Thieves backpack? No, probably not. Kenshi can hold it. We can give it to Kenshi. We can give it to Kenshi. It's always give it to Kenshi. The answer is always give it to Kenshi. I don't even know why I thought about that. Nice. Nice. That's not worth it. Doesn't sell for much. Alright, we're going to heal up. Samurai Scout still over here? He is. Ruka, what the hell are you doing over here? Odd question. Do you prefer to play borderless window or full screen for Kenshi? I think I play borderless, but it's not because of what I prefer. It's simply because I play borderless windowed, and it's not because of what I prefer. It's because of my game fucking freaks out when I play full screen. Also, it makes it easier for me to not have to alt tab out because I can just move my mouse over to like OBS and stuff like that. Like I don't have to alt tab out. It makes it easier. But no, I play borderless because my game freaks the fuck out when I try to play full screen. So I just don't. Kenshi's weird when it comes to that. I don't really know why it's like that, but yeah, Kenshi's weird when it comes to that stuff. Where's that samurai at? He's unconscious. Give him first aid. Heal the boy up. What do we have going on over here? These United Cities peasants. Oh yeah, they're peasants. Peasants. Defend the peasants. Not because we want to, but because it's financially the smartest move for us. Borderless just runs better. I agree. Borderless does tend to just run better. Borderless just runs better. First aid on this samurai here. Nice. How are we doing? Injuries, a little bit. We're doing pretty good though. I'm pretty sure one of the loading screen tips literally mentions switching to borderless if you have stability issues. Yeah, it really does make the game more stable. It's actually really like wild how much more stable it makes it. I had some serious issues when I was playing in full screen. I tried, it didn't work. What will you do if you spawn as Morgoth in Kenshi? Well, I mean, naturally, I would immediately open a portal to the endless void and start twisting and manipulating the forces of Kenshi until I have my own orcs, and then take over as the grand ruler of the Grand Dark Lord. Challenge the god Christ Hunt himself. Challenge Christ Hunt himself. Do a slight rest up sesh. I believe we have some food in here. Yeah. Everybody eat up. Perfect. What's everyone else doing? Kenji's good. Good. We're healing you up. Clem's there. Good. Do you think Morgoth would find Abeloth attractive? Probably not. He didn't find Ungoliath attractive. Will you change Beep into one of the Balrog? Beep could never be a Balrog, you fool. Beep would be Tom Bombadil. Everybody knows that. You fool. You silly goose. Beep would be Tom Bombadil. We all know it. Beep would absolutely be Tom Bombadil. Or a Hobbit. But probably just Tom Bombadil. Yeah, I don't know if he'd find Abeloth attractive. He definitely didn't find Ungoliath attractive, so... does that make Catlan our Sauron? Kind of. Kind of. Tom Bombadil will be Beep. You're right. You're right. Classic. You're right. You're right. When you're right, you're right. And you, my friend, you are right. You're not left. Right. That was stupid. That was a stupid joke. that was a really dumb joke. Who are we fighting up here? Holy Nation? Yeah, Holy Nation. This is what we came for. War. We came for war. Beep would be Saruman because he made changes. There will be changes. That's true. Tom Bombadil didn't make changes. Tom Bombadil was an observer. Tom Bombadil was probably the one above all, but that's fine. Probably God himself. Whose name I cannot remember. See that Holy Nation member there? He's fighting one of our boys. We can't have that. We're gonna beat him up. Oh, okay, well there's that. Jesus Christ, negative 96? I'd just like almost cut this man clean in half. And Christ. There will be changes. Of course there will be. Oh, you know what we can do? Hold on. Here's what we're gonna do. I have an idea. This is gonna be a good one. Who's our Aragorn then? I think our Aragorn would be Griffin. I think Griffin would make a good Aragorn. I think Griffin would make a really good Aragorn. You know what we're gonna do? There's a nuisance permeating our lands. A nuisance permeating the lands of the United Cities that is disrupting trade routes and making it difficult for us to engage in proper crime because they're raiding all the good caravans. The rat bastards. I am, of course, talking about the rebels. So we're gonna go deal with the rebels. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go deal with the rebels. Take out Simeon. We're gonna go beat his ass. We're gonna go beat Simeon's ass. I think that our small little band here could probably do it. We got Kenshi who can act as the frontliner, and then we can just run in, kick his face in, and then run out. Yeah, I think Griffin would be Aragorn, if I had to throw a name out there. The real question is who would be our Gimli and who would be our Legolas. That's the real question. Who would be our Gimli and who would be our Legolas? We run through the Crusade lands. Yes. All right. Gotta get over there. If I was a stupid man, I would try and go fight the Meat Lord, but the Meat Lord would turn us to putty. Turn us to straight fucking putty. I gotta remember where Simeon and his fort is. I always forget. I always have such a bitch of a time finding it because I forget where it is. I know that it's in this general area, but I always have such a hard time remembering where the hell his fort is. I think isn't it like up here or some shit? Up this way. Pretty sure. I don't fucking. We'll find out. We'll find out. Again, I always have such a pain in the ass. Such a difficult time remembering. We have to deal with the scrawnies, the pygmies with gamer back. Nah, I think we can outrun them. Bunch of small men with gamer back. Nope, we're gonna pass. We're gonna pass. Hard pass on that, boys. Hard pass. Hard pass. Know that it is up on the upper ends of these mountains here, on the upper ends of these little cliffs here. Sinkin'. Good old sinkin'. Sinkoon. The Bastion. That's where we're going. The Bastion. We're headed to the Bastion. No, the Bastion's Cannibal Hunters, isn't it? Am I stupid? Nah, that's not where we're going. That's not right at all. We're going to Fort Simeon, which is not the Bastion. This is Cannibal Hunters. God damn it. There's only room for one boss in this desert, Simeon. Literally. It's me. It's me, the Don. Hey, it's me, the Don. I've come to kick your ass. Where is Fort Simeon? It's around here somewhere. I'm just blind. That's all. That's all. That's the real issue here. I'm just blind. Actually, you know what? I think I can go to the Cannibal Hunters, and I think I can... Cannibal Hunter HQ. I think I can go to the Cannibal Hunters and hire them, and I think I'm going to bring some of them with me. Bring some of them with me to go hunt down Simeon. We're going to tell them that we're hunting down cannibals, and then by the time they realize what's actually going on, it's going to be too late. We're going to be ingrained in combat. It's going to be too late. My friend's been captured by cannibals. 6,000 cats. Please. Please, by God, save them. Oh no. We need your assistance. Fair hunter, please. It's gonna be a great time. We're lying. It's a fib. It's a clever ruse. They think there's cannibals in there, and it's not cannibals. It's actually just peasants. It's actually just peasants. It's a clever ruse. It's a lie. It's a clever, clever lie. Don Tony McChicken, he greased some palms, convinced the cannibal hunters that the rebel peasants were actually cannibals. They're eating people. They've devolved, and now that they've devolved, they have to be eliminated. I mean, what are you gonna do? You can't just have cannibals roaming around and shit. They're attacking caravans and they're eating people. That's all they need to know. Now, where the hell is Fort Simeon? Really bad at this part. I literally always forget where Fort Simeon is every fucking time. It's one of those areas that I just don't ever keep track of because I never mess with it. Just because there's no real reason to. Like, the rebel farmers are not really a persistent issue to me in any of my playthroughs. I think I'm too far north. We have to go a little farther south, question mark. Oh, wait, is that it? Hold on, that's it. That's it. I think it's right over there. I think that's the wall. That's the wall, the wall, the wall. Who are you? Who are you? Nomads? Oh, yeah, they're not what I'm looking for. I found it. I found it. Strange outpost it is. It's a strange little outpost, a little makeshift outpost. Ooh, they gonna learn today. They're gonna attack us on sight, I'm pretty sure. Because I think we're actually enemies with them because we sided with with the United Cities. So, where are they? Rebel farmers. Yeah, they're gonna attack us on sight. That's fine. That's fine. It ain't gonna matter. We've got cannibal hunters to help defend it, and we got Kenshi, who's going to absolutely massacre these poor fools. Plus, there's Don Tony McChicken, he's Don fucking Tony McChicken. You know? Ain't no one gonna mess with that. Let's be honest here. Let's be perfectly frank. There's only room for one raider on for one crime lord in the United Cities, and it's Don Tony McChicken. Wait for the cannibal hunters to catch up, and these guys will do some damage too. It's gonna be good. You're Frank. Oh yeah, I'm Frank. That's what it is. What it is. Fucking goons. We're gonna put them down. These fools, these goons. They don't stand a chance. Just a bunch of peasants in straw hats. They don't stand a chance against Don Tony McChicken's patented 1, 2, 3. You see that shit? Put them down. Brought them down. All right, let's go. They don't even have range capability. They don't stand a chance. All right, everybody, spread out. Don and Burn, you're going in. You're going in. We're gonna wait for them to come out here. Actually, we're gonna take out the forces out here, and then we're going in. Cannibal hunters, what are you guys doing? Okay, yeah, they're shooting now. Good, 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 good. Put them down. We're just gonna work our way in. Back all. Don, Burn, you need to go deal with Simeon. Where's he at? Where is Lord Simon? Where is he? Oh, there he is. There he is. Take him down. Take him to Pound Town, boys. Show him what for it mean. Boom. He's down. Simeon's down. He's got a doll. That's sad. That's a sad thing that he has. Shit, we took his leg off. Yeesh. Pick him up, and then I'm gonna beat the shit out of the rest of you guys with Don, while carrying your boss. All leg, all the time. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. We really didn't even take any damage here. This is actually kind of sickening. Barely took any damage there. We just massacred the bunch of them. Most of them are in real rough shape. Going to be bleeding out real soon. Not good. Many of them have lost limbs. Not good. Not good for them. I mean, it's great for me. Not good for them. Sword Captain? Oof. Your unlucky day, comrade. It's your unlucky day. Absolute massacre. What they get? What they get? Rebel Sword Captain. Ruka, get over here and beat this man down, and then we're going to take him in too. We're just doing our civic duty. That's all. We're just doing our civic duty. Took his leg off. That's fine. We're just taking everyone's legs off. You can't get in the Don's way if you ain't got no fucking legs. That's the calling card of the Nugget Mafia. When they attack you, they take your legs. You ain't got no fucking feet now. That's how you feel. That's how it happens. You cross Don Tony McChicken. The calling card is an absolute massacre, and they all lost a leg. Yeah, that's the color. That's the calling card right there. You mess with Don Tony McChicken, you ain't got no fucking knees no more. Why the hell are you guys way out here? Jesus. Alright, and then we're going to have you pick up you. And we're all gonna go back to town and turn this in. Boss, can we really call it sleeping with the fishes when we live in a desert? Shut up, Burn! Burn's always over here running his mouth. Hey, I spent the last hour trying to make a path to an area using all base game stuff. Do you have any mods that have stairs? Forgotten Buildings. The Forgotten Buildings mod has stairs. I used them in the last base build that I did, actually, the Gates of Vengeance build that I did. They use the stairs from the Moore buildings, like from the old tile set from the original like version of Kenshi. You can place those stairs down. They're under the bridge section and under the building section towards the bottom. So yeah, Forgotten Buildings. I'm sure there's other mods to do it, but that's the only one that I use. Alternatively, you can use bridges if you have access to bridges in your build menu or Shift F12 menu. You can use bridges to and just rotate them to make ramps. Or alternatively to that, you can just place down ramps from walls, connect them to the wall, and then depending on where you're trying to go or what height you're trying to reach, you can use ramps and just move them into place with the Shift F12. So we absolutely massacred the rebel farmers. They didn't stand a fucking chance. Kenshi, go deal with these fucking gamers. They got gamer back, man. One at a time. Plenty of time. Alright, we're gonna head to Shobutai and turn him in. The Noble Hunter. Interesting. I tried bridges. It's just too large of a decline. Yeah. Yeah, that might be the case. Then your best bet is probably using the stairs from the Moore buildings. Plenty of time. Hell yeah. Took down Simeon. Huge win. I'm actually going to take that Maitao Ho, too. Take that Maitao Ho, and I'm going to sell that on the back end, because we don't need that anymore. Good time, good time. Successful haul. Successful haul. We're going to get like 40,000 cats out of this. Give or take. Between all of the peoples. And the weapon. To be honest, before we sell them down, it might be... No, their weapons are shit. Yeah, we'll just drop them with their weapons. I ain't worried about it, but... yeah, we're inevitably making the Empire safer. We're making the United Cities safer, and we're doing it to take some of the criticism off of Don Tony McChicken. You know, that incident with the drug bust that happened, recently. That's in the past. We gotta work on repairing Don Tony McChicken's image. Yes, there was an inclination that there was drugs at his facility. Yes, the United Cities did come and search his properties, and yes, some of them were hurt when his guards allegedly opened fire on them for having the sheer audacity to touch his fucking food stores. But what we should really be worried about is the unlawful search and seizure of the food stores of such a, frankly, well-loved member of society, right? So a philanthropist, really. Someone who has done nothing but contribute greatly. And in spite of those heinous actions, contributed against Don Tony McChicken and those he represents as a business owner, as a restaurateur, he still has gone to extremely great lengths to ensure the safety of his people. Okay? And he's taken it upon himself to liberate the dunes of the Great Desert from the villainous scum that is the rebel farmers. I mean, he's honestly, let's be honest here, he's a saint. Don Tony McChicken is a saint. He has never been anything other than an upstanding citizen of the United States, a respected businessman, and a founding member of Chateau McChicken. All right? Don Tony McChicken is a respected member of society, and he will not be bullied. He will not be bullied. He is a businessman. He is a landowner. He is a merchant. He's probably some other things. And he will be respected. Is there a police HQ here? There is, right over here. Yeah, all of these claims that Don Tony McChicken is some kind of violent drug lord, these are all baseless accusations fueled only by rumor and conjecture. He will not be slandered in such a way. This is absolutely ludicrous. Ludicrous behavior. And he frankly he will not be participating in this line of questioning. And he would very much appreciate it if everyone kindly backed the fuck off and left him alone. All right. Like that, we're up to 640,000 cats. And now we also have to go sell some of our loot from this endeavor. And we've made the dunes just a little bit safer for the people of Kenshi. Because again, Don Tony McChicken, if nothing else, is he's a saint. He's a hero and a saint. Let's be honest. Be honest with ourselves. Let's be honest with each other. Headlopper up. All right, so we're at 600, just under 650,000. So we are 350,000 cats away from achieving our goal, from achieving full victory. We are 350,000 cats away, which honestly, in the grand scheme of things, not that much. And we've been away from the base for some time, so we actually probably have a bit of a stock of things that we can sell as well, that we can throw into some of our shop counters and all of that stuff. So let's head back to Chateau McChicken there and see how things are going. All right, and then while that's happening, I'm actually going to pop over to some of my stores. See how that's going. Oof, the lag is real right now. Again, I don't usually have this much lag. Like even on my dwarf playthrough, which is a day like 250 when I was on that one, and the amount of NPCs I have, it's literally just because I have so many people in so many different cities. So those cities are perpetually loaded. But Long Stout is in here, just working out until he can't fucking stand anymore. And we'll give him a ration pack. Oy vey. Longstout's training. I don't know what he's training for, but he's training. My guy he's a beast. He's an absolute fucking unit. Attempt mod that creates new shopping class. Waster that buys only booze and drugs. Wish me luck. Hell yeah, dude. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I wish you all of the luck. And when you're done with that, you let me know. When you're done with that, you let me know. Get a team of runners together. We're going to bring them in here. Keep an eye out for Western Hive Caravan. You know, you never know when that's going to strike. Western Hive Caravan, always good for business, the Western Hive Caravans. For obvious reasons. Is it a farm goat? It's a farm goat. We love that. All right. Yeah, keep an eye out for Western Hive Caravans. And, yeah, it'll be a good time. Be a good time. 350,000 cats left until we reach our 1 million cat goal. So, I don't know if we're going to hit it tonight, but I think that tomorrow we might be finishing up the Nugget Mafia. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I am going to stay up for probably a little bit later tonight just for the sole purpose of trying to get that done, though, because I do think that we can get it done tonight, which will be really cool, because that means that tomorrow we can start Project Cthulhu, which I am beyond hyped for. I literally can't tell you how fucking stoked I am. Everybody that's been in these streams long enough knows that the only thing that I bitch about more than Kenshi, and I say that in a good way, the only thing that I babble about more than Kenshi is Star Wars at this point. Currently, anyway, is Star Wars. It's because no one ever asked me about Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter lore or any of that other stuff. And I've never played Project Cthulhu 2, so I'm excited to have like a fresh experience where I'm like, you know, playing Kenshi through brand new eyes. You know, I've never played it. I have no idea, and I'm excited. I'm excited. You love Kenshi, you love Star Wars, so playing the Star Wars mod for Kenshi is exactly up our alley. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm hyped about it. I'm hyped about it. We're going to make Beep a Sith Lord. He will be the strongest Sith Lord, along with his apprentice, sexy female Ruka. And together there will be changes under their rule. There will be changes. As Lord Beep would say, as the Dark Lord Beep would say, there will be changes. Yeah, I'm excited about it. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. Sexy human female Ruka. That's true. That's true. The differentiation was never made. Who else here is female? How long have you known? Have you always been female? Tell me the truth, Ruka. Tell me the truth. Confess your woes to me. Oh my fucking god, man. It's almost bad enough that I'm contemplating doing an import for the sake of performance. My god. It's also just the current weather in Spine Canyon. Yeah, I don't think I'm ever going to do another base in Spine Canyon again. The fucking lag from the particle effects, even with like mods to help mitigate that. Oh my god, it's terrible. I won't turn them off though because the visual fidelity of my game demands it, and I'm a psychopath. But yeah, Jesus Christ, Spine Canyon is a rough place to build. All the weather effects in Spine Canyon make me sad. Yeah, it's too much. It's really too much. It's rough. Pato! Hey, Pato. What's up, good buddy? There's a chance that this may be the end of the Nugget Mafia, Pato. This may be the last episode. If I can get another 350,000 cats before I get off for the evening, we'll have reached our 1,000,000 cat goal, and the Nugget Mafia will be there. It's the man himself. That's true. Tomorrow, Pato and I are going to be we're going to be discussing a lot of Kenshi-related things. Pato and I will be. This just in, upstanding gentleman and shrewd businessman Don Tony McChicken roots out the seeds of rebellion. Emperor Tengu is said to be organizing the triumph in the Don's honor currently. I agree. That's exactly what's happening. Today will forever be known as Don Tony McChicken Day. Okay, McChicken Day. And it will simply be the day that they hail Don Tony McChicken for his, quite frankly, selfless act of liberating the United Cities from the frankly traitorous heathens that were led by the horrible criminal by the name of Simeon. You know, they were truly terrible criminals, absolutely terrible, and we're going to throw them into Tengu's vault. We're going to toss them into the vault, where they will never be seen again, because that's what they deserve. And then, you know what I'm going to do? We're going to go to Fort Simeon, and we're going to wipe that bitch off the map. We're going to bomb the shit out of it. Darth Beep very, very soon. Yeah, I'm thinking, honestly, if we finish up the playthrough tonight, it's going to be Darth Beep tomorrow. It'll be Darth Beep tomorrow. Oh yeah, everybody, check out Tengu's Vault, the Tengu's Vault podcast tomorrow. We're going to do it 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tengu's Vault. Okay, 100 years of Tengu's Vault. All right, I think this group here is going to stay in the Wanderers tab. I think they're going to stay in there. What are we looking at for hashish right now? How are we looking for hashish, for the hashishes, for the hashizis? You missed the drug bust earlier, Pato. The United Cities came and performed a drug bust on us. We barely escaped. They couldn't get to our drugs because we had the door closed, and so they just raided all of our food instead, which is honestly kind of fucked up. Your voice sounds better again. Happy here, brother. Yeah, we're good, man. We're good. The voice is much better. I am ready for the podcast. I'm still talking a little bit lower. I have the mic closer, so I don't have to talk quite as loud. But to be honest, I should probably stop yelling as much anyway. I should probably just talk closer to the mic. But no, I'm hyped, man. I'm ready for the podcast. It's gonna be great. Every one of you, you beautiful, beautiful bastards, please follow the podcast. Come hang out with us tomorrow or later today, depending on where you are in the world. Come hang out with us as we babble on about Kenshi and the First Empire and all of that stuff. So we've got some nice, good episode planned for all of you guys, and I'm excited to talk. I'm excited to do another episode. We're gonna head back down to Flats Lagoon and sell off some more drugs. So the theme of this episode is the First Empire. So Pato and I are going to be focusing in and talking about the First Empire, theories about the First Empire, what we know, what we want to know, how we think it's going to affect us in Kenshi 2. Pato, you got your questions ready? You got your prompts ready? We expect the turnout on this first episode on the new channel to be a little bit lower, so we have to prep some things in the event that the chat isn't able to feed us, questions. Oh, man. This is one of those moments where I'm just like, look at how fucking pretty Kenshi is. Look at that shit. It's so pretty. This is one of those moments where I'm like, God damn, it's such a pretty game. It really is. Such a pretty game. It's beautiful. Truly beautiful. Yeah, such a good looking game. It's Tatooine pretty. Yeah, exactly. That's why it's going to be great when I'm playing Project Cthulhu. I'm so fucking hyped, man. I hope it's good. I hope I love it. I hope it's everything I've needed and more. I hope my body and my mind is ready. I'm so hyped. I've never played Project Cthulhu. I've always I haven't played it for a specific reason, and it's a good reason, but it's a bad reason at the same time. I get so when I make videos, I have B-roll footage, and I usually get footage that's relevant to what I'm talking about. And Project Cthulhu means that I won't be able to do that. And so basically, if I go to make a video or a long form video or even a build video during my time doing that playthrough, I'm going to have to uninstall Project Cthulhu, that whole load order, and then I'm going to have to make a new load order or reinstall my old load order, update my mod.cfg. It's a whole pain in the ass. So, new hat for the new series, maybe. I do have a Mad Lads Guild hat available in my store. I've never actually promoted it, but I do have merch, fun fact, on the channel that is available for purchase. I have hoodies. I have a hoodie, a t-shirt, a hat, a mug, and some stickers that are available for purchase. And I've been recently considering, ordering myself one of my sweatshirts so I can wear it on stream. It's just a black oversized hoodie that it's embroidered and it says the Mad Lads Guild on the right side. On the left side. And the hat's embroidered too. But it's really high quality. It's good stuff. I mean, I've gotten it before for my D&D channel from the same company. I've had the store based out of the same company, and it's all really good quality stuff. But I'm considering ordering that and wearing that during my live streams. The Mad Lads Guild hat. Or getting the hoodie, my Mad Lads Guild hoodie. But I haven't advertised my merch too much. Not really something that I've talked about too much. All right, we're going to head on down to Flats Lagoon, to the lagoon. Incomparable lagoon. Inscrupulous lagoon. The Forbidden Zone. It's the Forbidden Zone. Skinless corpses in the pits. Wonderful. Grass pirates. Pshaw. I ain't afraid of no pirates. Especially not no dainty grass pirates. Quick, kick their ass. Keep on kicking their ass. What are we doing? A little bit of damage. Rook is taking the most damage, which makes sense. Functionally, she's the weakest amongst this party. But that's okay. She's getting pretty proficient with that katana, at least. We'll do the heal ups. I'm pretty sure Ruka's damage is mostly to her leg, yeah, which that'll heal up quick. Nice. Alright, we'll do a quick heal up and then we're back off to Flats Lagoons. Still more of a match for anything she comes across in the desert. Oh yeah, I mean she's not gonna get like bodied or anything like that. She's fine. Rebel farmers are attacking us, fools. Yeah, she'll body most things that come our way. As long as her main issue is that she'll get overwhelmed by numbers easier than the other members of the group will. But in terms of like raw functionality, she'll take out most things that she'll find in the desert for sure. How's everyone doing tonight? We are doing good. We are doing good, my friend. Thank you for stopping in. Thank you for asking. We're doing good. We're doing good. We're potentially finishing up the Nugget Mafia tonight. We're going to see how things go. If we hit our 1 million cats goal, which we're well on the way, you know, we've made a solid number of cats tonight. If we hit our 1 million cats goal, then we are, that'll be it. Nugget Mafia will be on, all done. Oop, hold on. I got to pop back over to the base for half a second. And we're going to close that door right there. And then we're going to pop back over to our runners. Triangle Bandits assault's coming. I'm not too worried about it, to be honest with you. We'll deal with pretty much any issue that comes our way there. The only downside is obviously Kenshi is not there to help with that, but I think it'll be fine. I think it'll be fine. So, and we're going to stop at... We're going to stop at that old drug facility there, too, because we might potentially be there. Hold on. I think I might have figured out the cause of the drug bust. You said the hashish is hidden, but where are your hemp farms? The UC views hemp as narcotic as well. Are they also hidden or no? Yeah, they're hidden in the same spot. They're hidden in the same spot. So all of the drug stuff, the hemp, the hashish, all of that stuff is in the rear building with a secondary gate to block it off. So there's no way they saw it. And anytime anyone goes into the base, I close that gate. And I have it marked as private, so no one will go in. I'm not quite sure what happened. Who knows? Who knows? But the drug bust happened. It happened. So, strange stuff. Strange stuff. Peculiar. Peculiar indeed. Triangle Bandit Assault has arrived at Chateau McChicken. I imagine they're going to be coming in low runs. I'm okay with it, though. It'll be fine. I think they'll be fine. This is a good test for them anyway, but I think they'll be fine. Just Triangle Bandits. It's really not that big of a deal. We have plenty of people here that can handle it. Cosmic, the Paladin, Shrike, Crumble John, all of them are fine. They'll all be fine. I think they'll be fine. We got Stacy the Fist here. Yeah, they'll be good. It's all good. It's good. It's good. Alright, so we're going to make our usual stop at the secret drug farm. We're going to go through the forbidden zone because I want to avoid the lasers. There's the disturbance in the hashish. Yep, see, look at that. Triangle Bandit assault against Chateau McChicken has been defeated. I doubt they even made it to the gate, to be honest. Our enforcers on the wall have gotten very proficient with turrets. They don't miss. They reload quick. Yeah, it's good. It's real good. They're still going at it, too. Real good. Real good stuff. Plus, I think there was some Traders Guild people outside of the base still. And I'm pretty sure they would have joined in on the fight. Because they are our allies. So, we might be able to snag a couple of beaker eggs, too, that we can sell. Nice. Ruka's just ran over here and started fighting a fucking beak thing all by herself. What a beast. What a beast. Nice. Nice. Alright, this is a nest over here, right? How many beakers are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 beakers. There's a bunch of eggs over here. It might be worth it. Might be worth collecting. Maybe we can kite them away slowly. Then we'll just search them, and we'll drop the animal skins on the ground, just to kill them off permanently, so we don't have to worry about them getting back up. Kite off a couple of them. More beakers. Oh shit, we've drawn the lot of them. We've drawn the lot of them. Kill the child first. Show them that we mean business. Actually, this is going much better than I expected it to. I just want to get those beak thing eggs. We can probably sell them at Flats Lagoon for, you know, a little bit of money. A little bit of money. All right, how many beakers are left? Yeah, we can take that. We can take that. Kill the child first. Show them that we mean business. Establish dominance. All my starting characters go through beak thing training. Oh, it's necessary. There's 2 kinds of training that 3 kinds of training that I'll accept. Fishman training, beak thing training, or fogman training. Those are the 3 trainings. Or cannibal, actually. 4. 4 kinds of training. 4 kinds of training. Cannibal training, fishman training, beak thing training, fogman training. Those are the trainings. A lot of poop around here. A lot of poo-poo. A lot of poo-poos around here. You got the drugs, right, Ruka? Yeah, okay, so we're gonna load up these beak thing eggs. Nice. Nice. The eggs of beak things. I like my UC samurai training. Also viable. Also viable. Sometimes you just gotta pit them against the UC. It's fine. Also viable. Nice. And then we're gonna run through that that drug town to make sure I didn't miss anything, because I might have missed 1 or 2 buildings. And then once we do that, we're going to head over to Flats Lagoon, sell that shit off, and see where we're standing financially. See where we are. Profit. Oh, fuck. Those are beakers. They're large beakers, too. Not an elder beak thing, though, so there's that. Could be worse. Could be worse. Luckily, we don't have to deal with elder beaker things here right now, I don't think. Burning your skin? Ruka, come on. You're fine. Just a little bit of acid rain. Don't worry about it. Just a little bit of acid rain. Don't worry about it. These dudes are dead. There we go. Alright, Ruka. You'll be fine. We need to fix up Kenshi. Repairs. Fix up Kenshi. Oh, Don Tony McChicken got knocked unconscious. Fuck me. That ain't good. Alright. Fair enough. Burn is carrying him. How fast can we move? Pretty good. Alright, it's just his right arm that got damaged. That's fine. Once Don wakes up, we'll be fine. I think one of them hit him in the head. He got bopped in the brain. He got bopped. He got Fetty bopped. Towards the drug farm. Should be fine. Dodge the Leviathans. Never mind, don't dodge the Leviathans. Just run right under the Leviathans. Fun fact, guys, I don't know if you know this, but the Leviathans... Oh, sweet, paint shop. We can actually rest up there. Fun fact, guys, the Leviathans have a higher percentage chance of attacking you depending on how many people you have in your party because they're territorial creatures. So if you only have one person in your group, there's only like a 5% chance that they'll try and attack you. If you have 2, it goes up, and then I think by like 3 or 4, it ends up being like a 50% chance they'll attack you. Fun little fact. All right, Don, we'll let you heal up for a minute. We gotta let Donnie heal up. The Nuggets. Nice. Ever kite a Leviathan into a town? Lots of laughs. Oh, I agree. Oh, I agree. I have done this. I have seen this. This is exactly what you want. It's super funny. Super funny. I've also, what is it? I've knocked out a Leviathan, picked their ass up, carried them into a town, and then dropped them, like, after they've healed them up and then dropped them into a town before. I've done that a few times. That's always really fun. Yeah, Leviathans devastate towns. They devastate them. They just crush everything. They crush everything. One pet Leviathan. It's beautiful. I just started out with a noble of the UC run myself, started Freedom Seekers, made a teen noble with half the stats of a UC lawyer lady, then gave each of her guards a different race. Interesting. That's fun. Hell yeah. Interesting, interesting. That is some fun stuff. All right, Don, I think you're good enough now. You gotta go heal up Kenshi. Gotta repair our boy here. Alright, repair Burn. Repair Hodge, too. Perfect. Finish repairing Burn. Repair yourself. Get back into bed. I like to employ the tactic called the Beak Thing Bomb, where I smuggle about 50 beak things into a locked house in a major city and then release the hounds. Release the beaks. They never see it coming. They never see it coming. You just see Burn pull out a walkie-talkie and he's like, release the beaks. Then all the beak things run out. Fucking wonderful. That's really funny. The Beak Thing Bomb. Just drop as many beak... What you gotta do is you gotta drop like 2 or 3 elder beak things into a town. Just watch them go hog wild. Gotta drop a couple elder beak things in the middle of a town. Like 2 or 3 of them. You gotta get some elder beak things, the great white gorilla, all of that stuff. Holy Nation cities tend to think the end times have come. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. 2 elder beak things, the great white gorilla, and a leviathan in the middle of Blister Hill. It's done. It's dunzy. Dunzos. It's dunzos. Just stand back and watch the chaos. The idea is to establish the UC in another territory, slaves included. If our noble ever dies, the run ends instantly. Got to defeat the UC, rebel farmers, anti-slavers, and cannibals to win. That is a HN, not UC. That makes more sense. I was literally about to be like, that is confusing because how are you a noble if you want to overthrow the United Cities? No, that makes more sense. That sounds like a good run. I'm for it. Hell yeah, dude. Sounds like a solid plan. Solid plan. Solid. Absolutely solid. That's just the reverse. You just described the reverse. It's just slavery with extra steps. All right, we're going to head on over to the drug town, see if there's anything else here that we can salvage that we maybe missed during our last run through in here. Pick that shit up, and then we're going to head on over to Flats Lagoon. You just described the Reavers with extra steps. I think there was. I think there may have been one building we didn't search. We'll search all of them again just in case. But I think there may have been at least one building that we didn't search. Hash. Sheesh. Hash-ish. 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 Fantastic. Might go after the tech hunters as well. Can't be hoarding all that profitable technology for themselves. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. The dwarves ended up dealing with the tech hunters in the dwarf playthrough. They had a long-standing feud with the tech hunters. Towards the end, it stopped being scary for them anymore. But in the beginning, it was quite the little war we had with them. But after we sieged Flats Lagoon, it became less of an issue. Although I will say the tech hunter issue is what promptly led us to attack the Southern Hive the first time on the dwarves playthrough, and we know how that one went. So not only was the war with the Southern Hive the tech hunters' fault, but it was their fault for making us overconfident. How dare they? The shame. I just wrapped up watching the dwarves playthrough last night, actually. Oh, what'd you think? What did you think? How did you feel about it? How did you feel about the ending? Did you watch the cinematic finale? Made a whole like machinima for the finale. I personally really enjoyed the second. So I enjoyed making the whole cinematic, but my favorite part was probably the very end when you know, the throne room and then the graves and all that stuff for the 23. Yeah, yeah. I'd like to hear your thoughts. I'd like to hear your thoughts. All right, we're moving. We're moving. Who are they fighting? They are fighting a Iron Will. Fun. I'm meaning to ask. I've noticed that you use animal cages in some of your videos. Do you know what mod adds them off the top of your head? Oh shit. I think it's part of the Tame Beasties mod, if I had to guess. I think it might be part of the Tame Beasties mod. 10 of 10 would invade the Southern Hive too early and get forced to move to the Fog Islands again. And yeah, the throne room and the graves were icing on the cake. Thank you. Hell yeah. I'm glad that it stuck the landing. I thought the graves being the last scene was like a really... Like, I really liked how the music like crescendoed with the throne room. I thought that was like a really good thing. And then I thought that little like twinkle, that like heartfelt twinkle at the end with the graves for the 23 that lost, like we lost during the initial invasion. I thought that was just like a peak way to end it. I thought it was beautiful. Great way to end it. So I'm glad that it resonated with so many people. A lot of people have told me they really liked it. So I'm glad that the direction that I took it with was one that resonated with a lot of people. I use Tame Beasties, but I've never seen them. Maybe I'm looking in the wrong spot. It may maybe check. I don't know. It's in one of my mods, my load order. I don't remember which one it is though. I'm not sure offhand. Yeah, off the top of my head, I'm not sure. It's been a while. It's been a while since I took a look. All right, so let's go in here and sell some of our shit. We got lots of stuff to sell. We've come a long way. Making that money. Money. Selling this drugs. Selling these drugs. Beautiful. Also going to sell this food here too. Beautiful. Boom. We've got these beak thing eggs. We love beak thing eggs. Sell those off. Ashishes. All right, we're sitting at just about 800,000 cats. Nice. Just under 800. I think recruitable prisoners adds cages. Maybe. It could be recruitable prisoners. All right, we're sitting at... We have 215,000 cats left until we meet our goal, guys. I think I'm going to stay up just a little bit later so we can finish this out. I think I'm going to stay up just a little bit later so we can finish this out. Because we are so fucking close. We are so, so close. And you know what? I think I know how I'm going to do this. I think I know the way that I'm going to do this while we're out here. You know, we're already traveling. We're already doing stuff. The real question is, should I look for beak thing? For the beak things. Oh, Western Hive Caravan. Right on cue. Although I don't have the full squad, so this may be foolish. Maybe we should hire bodyguards for this. Good old caravan raid, everybody. All right, we gotta hire some bodyguards for this because we're not gonna be strong enough to do it on our own. And then we're gonna have to wait for the Western Hive to leave because we can't do it too close to the tech hunters or else they're gonna join in. So we're gonna have to hire bodyguards. We're gonna have Ruka hire them. Bodyguards, 4,000 cats. Boop boop. Hell yeah. I'll double check my build menu when I get off work. I use our recruitment prisoners too, so maybe it's just hidden in the menu somewhere. It might be. Again, it's unfortunately it's been a while since I've like looked in depth at a lot of the mods that are in my menu because I built this load order a while ago. So I wish that I could be of more assistance, but unfortunately I'm a bit of a brainlet at the moment. A Western Hive Caravan. Perfect for raiding. That's what that is. Raid Central. We're gonna find you. Hunters. Leviathan Slayers. Love it. Hire bodyguards. 4,000. Hell yeah. I think we may actually be too close. I think we have to wait for them to leave. I think if we try to do it now, it'll end badly. We have to wait for them to leave. Can't do it in the town. Can't do it too close to the town. That's foolish. That'd be foolhardy of us. That'll be foolish. Foolish indeed. We will be raiding this caravan. Yeah, we gonna raid this caravan though. We are gonna raid the caravan. We've got a Leviathan Slayer and some mercenaries with us too, so that'll work out well. It'll work out well. So they're gonna come in here. They're gonna bobble around for a couple of minutes, and then once they leave, we're gonna follow them out. And once we get far enough distance away, we'll start to fight with them, and we'll raid them. Then we'll come back here and sell some stuff off and see where we're at. Because right now we're at 780,000. I am going to take this opportunity to hop back over to Grink. See how he's doing. The stash doing. Not half bad. Not half bad. Grink, we're actually going to have you go sell some of your rum manually. I think that'll help out quite a bit. Do business. Sell off some of your rum manually. Not a huge profit margin doing it this way, but it's still not bad, especially since the buy and sell price are relatively close. those. Sell some of these dust switches. Yeah, I'm gonna throw one of these dust switches in my inventory. Boom, in my inventory. And we're gonna sell these like this. Perfect. Okay. That puts us at 792. Not a huge bump in profit, but it's still not terrible. Longstaff, how you doing? He's doing okay. We have stuff to sell there, but I don't want to run the risk of not noticing when the Western Hive leaves. So we're going to hang out for a minute while we wait for them. I think they are in here. They are. They are. Caravan drone. Where's that Western Hive head? Here's what I'm going to do. Actually, this is a smarter way to do it. The Western Hive... Where's the head of the Western Hive? I'm just going to set us to follow him, so that way when he leaves, we'll just naturally be on their tail. Caravan drone. Here, we'll just follow this random drone. All right, so we'll just follow the random drone. So when they go to leave, we will we'll just follow them out, and then we'll raid the caravan because they'll have wondrous supply, right, with their Garu and whatnot, which I'm pretty sure are all parked down here. Yeah, just waiting for them. So they'll have wondrous supply down here, and then we'll raid them, come back here, sell that shit off, and we're not. I don't think we're gonna get the full 200,000 we need to finish this from them, but it is going to be a good start. And we have the bodyguards too, which we're gonna need because the Western Hive caravans are actually no joke. I really wouldn't fuck with them if you can avoid it. It's like early on anyway, because they are they hurt. They hurt. Their polearm users are not bad at all. They'll have stats in the upper 50s and 60s and whatnot. So, oh, there he is. There he is. So we're gonna follow you. We're gonna follow you, Hive caravan boss. Yeah, we're gonna take him down. We're gonna take him down. Take him to Pound Town, boys. We're gonna take him to Pound Town. Show him what forward means. Hopefully they don't sit here for too long. Relaxing. Nonsense. I think they should be here for a couple hours and they'll leave. The Western Hive do not fuck around when it comes to protecting their traders. Their soldiers are no joke. Yeah, dude, they're monsters, man. They really do not fuck around. There's a reason that I hired Leviathan Hunters and Mercenary Guilds to help with this. It's 8,000 cats, which will obviously be deducted from our overall profits in terms of for expenditure, but it's worth it because solo we would stand no fucking chance, no chance. So the hope is that the Western Hive leaves before the nomads do, because the nomads, I'm pretty sure, will jump to the defense of the Western Hive, and I'm not in the mood for that. So, but we're just hanging out for a minute while we're waiting for them to leave. So, gotta spend money to make money. First rule of business. Art of the Deal. Art of the Deal by Don Tony McChicken. Art of the Deal. Art of the Deal, everybody. If there was even more bounty hunters, I'd take them too, like mercenaries and stuff. I'd take them too, because you know, again, as many as possible. Art of the Drug Deal. We got to get to Tahiti. That's what it is. We got to get to Tahiti, Arthur. All of this is to get to Tahiti, Arthur. You just have to trust me. It's funny because Don wears the funny hat. He wears the same hat that Dutch does, so it's even funnier. It's even funnier. Well, he wears a similar hat. Faction, Western Hive Farm Trainer, Triangle, so... Okay, Western Hive seems like they're moving out. Alright, we're going to follow them out. And then we shall assault. Devour, devour! We got to get a good ways away from the town, too. We got to be smart about this. The Western Hive's just like, why is this group of finely dressed gentlemen and Ruka Not that she's not finely dressed, but she's you know, she's a sheik and not a gentleman. Why are these individuals following us? And the answer may surprise you. We're just really interested in Hiver culture, that's all. We want to see what it's like to be in the Western Hive. We're doing this as a method of learning about your culture. Learning about your culture. All right, where are we now? I think we're good enough a ways away. I don't think we're gonna be having any issues now. And attack. Mercenaries could join in any fucking second now. That'd be great. And there we go. Oof, burn is down. Just killing it as he usually does. Man's a beast. Man's an absolute monster. God damn, did you see that swing? Dude jumped in the air. Oh my god, dude. Hodge is a monster. He's a beast. He's a true fucking beast. Oh my god, I would never want to tank that. That is not a hit that I would want to take. Don, you get up and you heal yourself. You heal yourself right now. One that holds the goods. Which is the one that holds the goods? Gotta be this one. There it is. The goods. It holds the goods, everybody. Hell yeah. Don, load up. Load up on the Gohan. Fantastic. All right, switch to the other bag. Perfect. Load up, load up, load up. Food cubes. All of the things. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, dude, Hodge is a monster. My dude's like doing jump attacks and shit. He's leaping in the air and doing downward hammer strikes with this giant fucking sword of his. The dude's kind of a beast. He's kind of a badass. I'm moving a little slow right now, but I'm pretty sure that's because he's got some strength damage right now. Yeah, those injuries. Hell yeah. Alright, Don. Hop on up. Start healing. Give one to Hodge too. That other backpack. I guess a couple of those shiny repair kits. I can give him one. Everybody's up and moving. Fantastic. All right, let's get away from the crime scene. We got what we came for. Go back to Flats Lagoon. We got what we came for, everybody. It was a tough raid, but it was a raid nonetheless. Take this opportunity to heal ourselves up a little bit, too. only a crime if there are witnesses. If there are witnesses, please step forward so we can have a word with you. Exactly, exactly. Please identify yourself so that way we can make sure that this case is handled appropriately and that all of your concerns are taken very seriously. We just want to help. We just want to help. That's all it is. We just want to help. Packbeast just didn't know when to give up, does he? Just doesn't know when to give up, now does he? Oh, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna take all that too from you. We're gonna take your life then. We're gonna take your life then. Actually, you know, while we're here. Nah, it's fine. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. We got what we came for. We got what we came for. Tony McChicken and the fellas just did a little casual raid on the Western Hive. You know, it's their fault really. They were walking around unprotected in these trying times. It's a tumultuous time on the state of Kenshi. You know, on the continent of Kenshi, and they didn't have the proper protections. You know, it's their fault really for being mooks. Got to leave a little bit of food for the ride home, you know. They didn't wear helmets. That's what it was. The fools didn't wear fucking helmets. You know, what are you supposed to do? These people are walking around with no helmets. You know, bad things happen sometimes. Every so often, bad things happen. You didn't wear a helmet. Wear helmets. They shouldn't be walking around without protection from hostile forces, such as mob families suddenly descending upon them without word. No, you don't. You got to be prepared for these things. And they were not. They were not. Expect the unexpected. First rule of being a trader. You know, you got to expect the unexpected. You know what they didn't do? They did not expect the unexpected. One could say that they were, in fact, unexpected. These complications that they experienced. They were unexpected. And they shouldn't have been. They should have been very expected. But they weren't, because they're fools. It was very foolish of them. Alright, you two, go rent a bed. So we're at 868,000 cats. Burn and Haj here. You guys are going to go heal up. Up here. And we'll do one at a time. Why pay an extra? It's only 800 actually. Let's just pay the extra. It's fine. It's only 1,600 cats. Who cares? Boomski. All is well. All is well. Some hive mind. How you think they learn better by now? When they see Tony McChicken, it means business is about to pick up. That's right. That's what I'm saying. They should know. When Tony McChicken shows up on the scene, they should start running in fear. Or be prepared to drop all of their belongings. I hope that Kenshi 2 offers, like, I hope that it gives you the option to rob people, like, properly robbing people. That'd be cool as hell. Like, be able to go up to a caravan, and the similar ways that, like, certain factions will, like, threaten you and be like, give me all your goods, you know what I'm saying? It'd be really cool if you could have a similar thing happen. What are you doing, man? Who are you being a medic for? What the fuck are you doing, man? Who is he being a medic for? That is the real question. I'm sorry, what? Is this another Western Hive caravan? Is that what's happening right now? Yeah, like pickpocketing or an intimidate skill. Yeah, like the ability to actually have a like to go up to other, like, to caravans and stuff and be like, hey, give me your money. Guys, we have the Tengu's Vault podcast in the chat right now. I wonder how that happened. Ironically, or actually completely ironically, there's also a hiver here whose name is Pato. Who would have thunk? That's actually purely coincidental that there's a hive soldier drone that I just clicked on named Pato. That's funny. It's funny. I agree. It's the best podcast in the world, naturally. It's the Tengu's Vault podcast starring Pedastrophe and Hero's Head. I know. I know. I wonder which one of those buffoons is currently manning the helm right now. Your money or your life. Mountain Blade Sea Rider. Exactly. I agree. I agree. Yeah, I hope there's the ability to properly rob people. That'd be badass. That would be right badass. That would be really fucking cool. Oh, you guys are taking forever to heal, I feel like. Come on up here. You guys are hopping in these beds now. Finish up over here. You guys can finish up on the road. We gotta heal up those legs. Who's manning the helm? Definitely not a Hive soldier. That's true. Hive soldiers don't wear helmets, as you've made very, very clear. Logic, very, very clear. You've made very, very clear. All right, we have a little under 150,000 cats left. Little under 150,000 cats left. Is this another Western Hive caravan? Oh my god. Oh my god. I think there's another Western Hive caravan here. That's so fucking funny. Kenshi really wants you to finish the series tonight. Clearly. Clearly. We're going to hire you for 2 more days, guys. We're going back out. We're going back out. We're doing this again. I know. Big shock. Who are they fighting right now? Western Hive is fighting Tech Hunters. Oh, Western Hive is fighting the Tech Hunters. Oh my god, they're not even going to make me work for it. They're not even going to make me work for it. Ah. That's funny. That's so funny. They're not even going to make me fucking work for it. That's so funny. Tech Hunters is just dropping these guys. Oh my god. Alright guys, hold on. We'll see where we're at after we sell off all this loot, all this extra swag that I wasn't expecting. Look at all these goods. Look at them all. Look at them all. Evil exiled Emperor Catlon has hacked Tengu's Vault podcast channel. Demon your credit card details to rescue the channel. I'll jump right on that. I'll jump right on it. So funny. And the best part is too, on top of the fact that we can loot the hivers themselves, like the caravans, we can also loot their weapons, which sell for a decent amount of money as well. That's so funny, man. Another Hiver caravan. I wonder if it's because they came in and tried to start shit with me after, like, as revenge for what I had just done to the last caravan, right? And, the Tech Hunters probably just misunderstood the situation. Don Tony McChicken orchestrated this whole thing, guys. The final showdown, okay? Don Tony McChicken orchestrated this whole thing. I think they went after either... I think what might have actually happened is the Western Hive came in and started a fight with either the Mercenaries or the Leviathan Slayers. Probably the Mercenaries. And the Tech Hunters jumped in, not understanding the full situation, the full context of the situation. We dispute criminal, but Don Tony McChicken is certainly a mastermind. Yeah, listen, you can throw around all your fancy words and your legal logic and all that bullshit, but at the end of the day, Don Tony McChicken is in fact a very smart man. Not a very moral man, but he is in fact a very smart man. Why pick a fight when you can make others do it for you? Why fight your battles when you can make other people fight them for you? Alright. Go on in. And see where we're at financially. Alright, Don. Sell off all yo loot. All this excess loot. $932,000. 944,000. Guys, we're really close. We are really close. At this point, I say we should just finish it off. Let's go find some more hivers and finish this off. We are very close. That shit is so funny. Take the actual pack off of these mokes, these fools. The Garo pack. Yeah, they're worth like 1,000 each. It's not a ton, but it's enough. Western Hive critical. Where the hell? Hell no, there is no escape. Let the Tech Hunters do the work for us in proper mob fashion. We will not be engaging. We will only be eliminating and profiting. Only eliminating and profiting. Although I don't know where that particular Gara went. He kind of vanished. If you guys saw that shit. Oh, there he is. There he is. Put this man down. Okay, yeah, so they attacked the mercenaries that I had hired is what it was. And that triggered the Tech Hunters to engage them as well. So me hiring the mercenaries for that first raid is what triggered the second raid. That's so funny. Fucking magnificent. Exactly how Don Tony McChicken would do things. Exactly how he would do things. Western Hive Caravan Boss? I think not. Oh shit. Alarm raised. Hold on. I don't want the Tech Hunters to be pissed off at me. Gotta be careful about that shit. That shit run. Hold on. I got overzealous. Gotta make sure the Tech Hunters aren't gonna go after me. I think we should be fine though. Hold on. Prime. I have committed no such crimes. No such crimes. I am in fact a dainty, delicate little boy. I have done nothing to hurt you guys. Don Tony McChicken will not settle for this kind of slander. This abject horror that you guys are accusing me of. I have done no such thing. I am in fact an innocent child. The crimes that you have accused me of are heinous indeed, and we will not we will not be listening to this any longer. Any longer. All right, sell off the last of this. It's so funny. This last little bit is gonna be like down to the wire. It's gonna take so stupid amount of time. 955,000. Oh my god, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. Is this another caravan? Oh my god, it's another caravan. Never mind, it's over, guys. It's over. It's over. That's so funny. They just literally handed it to me. Even Kenshi was like, move on to Star Wars. Move on to Star Wars. Project Cthulhu, move on. So funny. Kenshi is a beautiful, unscripted little masterpiece. That is the only way to describe it. You think after the first 3 got wiped, they learned? You would think that. You'd think that they would stop sending caravans here for like a minute. For like even a minute. But nope. 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 You'd think the corpses of all their friends littering the outside of Flats Lagoon, and they'd be like, hey guys, I don't think this is the place. I don't think this is the place. I don't know if this is a good idea, guys. So funny. 163. Oh my god, we're still not there. Oh my god. What is happening? They're gonna make me work for just that little bit. That little bit. Rat bastards. They're gonna make me work for just that tiny scribblum. That little scribblum. Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. Start selling your own gear. Sell your pants to make the million. I might. I'm literally. I'm contemplating it right now. Do I start selling my own gear? Hold on. Hive caravan boss over here. Sometimes they got some extra shit on them. I need 30,000 cats. Who cares if the Don's walking around with his dick out? He's a millionaire. Touche. Touche, comrade. Touche. Another pack beast? Oh my god, man. There's so many of them. And cacti, man. It's all cacti. Who wants cactuses? Actually, technically speaking, cactuses were one of the things that we were lacking at one point. So, I mean, I guess in some ways we needed cactuses. But I don't need them anymore, so now they're useless. What the fuck? Show me your goods. Do it. Sell everything I got. It's 976. All these cacti. Sell every one of them. Individual cacti. All these Haitian pants, you don't need those. Those Hessian pants, you don't need them. Extra backpack, who fucking needs it? This first backpack, who fucking needs it? We're on the precipice of greatness, everybody. This big sword, 9,000 cats, who fucking needs it? Rust Bucket needs it. He was actually good. He was really good with it, but it's fine. Who needs it? $3,000 cats right there. All right, we just need a little bit more. We just need a little bit more. A little bit more. We need literally 8,000 more cats. That's all we need. How much will you give me for Kenshi? Game ends with us selling Kenshi into slavery. There's this one Western Hive drone right here. All right, I just need to take the weapons off a couple of these guys, and we should be golden. Should be good. I refuse to end this on a jip and be like, nah, we got to like 992. Like I gotta get to the full number. That's part of it. It's part of the experience. It's for the family. It's for the family, Kenji. It's for the family. Put this fucker down. Put the fool down. I would sell some of the unconscious hivers into slavery, but we are in a tech hunter town, and there's not really a slave shop here. Otherwise, it would be done. I would have done it. I would have done it in a heartbeat, and I wouldn't have even felt bad about it. Not even a little bit. Alright, I think we have enough now. Alright, this is the moment. This is the moment. It's happening. It's happening. We're peaking. Boom! There it is. 1 million cats. Don Tony McChicken's ultimate goal has been achieved. We have officially reached the end of the new Nugget Mafia. He has become the greatest Don of all time. Currently, he's fighting Western Hivers. Not really sure why. It's not really any of his business. Oh, he's being a medic. I see. All right, I guess that's kind of beneficial. But Big Don over here doing Big Don things. That's it, guys. That's it. You know what that means, though? That means that yes, we can buy all the pants we need. But also, it means that tomorrow, during tomorrow's stream, will be the first episode of Project Cthulhu. And I am beyond hyped. I am beyond hyped. So, yeah. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. I'm sorry that it took me a little bit longer to finish this. I wanted to stay up until it was done because we were so close. We were so close. And we did it. We hit 1 million cats. 144 days in, we hit 1 million cats. Through economics. Through economic means. Which is cool. Really, really cool. It means you get to discover if ancient weapons and hokey religions are a match for a good blaster at your side. Oh, they won't be. Oh, they will not be. Yeah. So, wow. What a day. What a day. Okay, well, guys, I will see you all tomorrow for the new playthrough. I'm gonna have to make a new thumbnail and rename this one because I wasn't expecting it to go this way. In case you guys have yet to see the thumbnail for the new the Project Cthulhu playthrough, this is going to be the new